Thank you very much, Davina. The other thing we have in common with Davina is that my name is David and she's Davina, so D-A-V-I, and then everything stops there. So Davina, David. So good morning, everybody, and welcome. So I did write some remarks, so I'm just going to go ahead and read those. So maybe I'll wait, I can see some people coming in, and so I'll just wait for people to come in. So. Okay. I was trying to see if I place my microphone down. If I place it down, can you hear me? No. So I have to hold it. Oh, sorry, I needed to. Okay, good. So thank you so much again, Free the Slaves, for inviting us here, and I'm very happy to have had the opportunity to meet many people, to interact, and to learn a lot from the presentations yesterday, and also to meet new faces, many old faces that I know, but also lots of new faces. Also, thank you so much, Davina, for the kind and warm introduction. So today, June 12th, is the World Day Against Child Labor. Today is the World Day Against Child Labor. On the theme, let's act on our commitments, end child labor, it will mark the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the ILO Convention number 182 on the worst forms of child labor, which was signed in 1999. And this convention has been universally ratified. The SDG 8.7 commits to ending child labor in about 18 months. The SDG 8.7 commits to ending child labor in about 18 months. A lot of progress has been made in this regard, as is also the case in efforts to combat other forms of human trafficking. However, many reports still show that there is a lot that needs to be done to address the problem of human trafficking in all its forms, types, and scope. So the Free the Slaves inaugural European Forum is therefore a timely gathering if you consider the place of Europe in both historical and modern day slavery. Currently, Europe is considered a hotspot for human trafficking, and so long as there continues to be major global economic inequality and insecurity, immigrants from Africa, Asia, the Middle East, and the Balkan states will continue to try to migrate to Europe in search of better opportunities. This migration, along with the policies in Europe on legal prostitution, as well as the need for skilled labor, will continue to render many women, men, and children vulnerable to trafficking. Other factors like climate change and failing governance will continue to push more immigrants into Europe in the days to come. So there is therefore a great need for governments at the national and EU levels, the private sector, NGOs, survivors, funders, the civil society, and researchers to come together and offer solutions. Solutions not only for current challenges, but also for future challenges, some known and others very difficult to predict. This gathering of leaders should be one building block toward that very important priority. Now, this agenda setting is otherwise hampered by the many anti-trafficking initiatives who have similar goals. While the more the merrier, it seems to me that the anti-trafficking community needs a united voice in order to be more effective. And if having one voice is still a challenge, there is need for at least some type of collaboration or coordination of our various initiatives. As someone said yesterday, our various efforts should be more complementary than competitive, and make each of our diverse initiatives to become better. This is a challenge that leading organizations such as Free the Slaves should take and provide bold direction. Otherwise, in 20 or 25 years, future anti-trafficking efforts will be having these similar conversations. I think it is time to change course. We call on governments to have a more united focus in funding anti-trafficking efforts and also a more coordinated policy making and execution framework. We call on NGOs and CSOs to try to talk with each other more and to avoid siloed approaches. We call on academics to lay aside egos and to see the value in the efforts of other research approaches, interests, and paradigms. We call on survivor groups to work together for the betterment of all victims and survivors. As my professor, Deb Adams, used to say, this is about 20 years ago when I was in school, we would all get much done if we did not care who would get the glory. Humility is key to our success. I'm currently reading a very nice book. This book is called Think Bigger, How to Innovate by Sheena Iyengar. Sheena is the inaugural A.S. Tilly Professor of Business in the Management Division of Columbia University and a world expert on choice and decision making. One of her theses that is relevant to us is that we could make more progress, not necessarily by bringing all stakeholders together to think and innovate. Rather, the various groups and interests here should think independently and then gather together for a plenary with each voice having a chance to contribute to the greater good. That means that this forum needs some type of continuity between the gatherings for us to make a greater impact. This is a challenge because after this, I tell you, the tendency will be to go back to our shops and continue with what is required of our day jobs. But this also should change. Still, I cannot overemphasize the need for bolder approaches in research, programming, policy making, service provision, and collaboration. I must emphasize here that it is okay to try and fail than to not try at all. By boldness, I do not mean a reckless expression of righteous wrath or energy. By boldness, I mean the ability to reimagine something that could result in a bigger impact. That could be, for example, a radical paradigm shift in conceptualization of human trafficking as demonstrated yesterday by Dr. Herb Johannes. It could also be a better and more excellent way of survival leadership in all our efforts, a better and sustained policy engagement with policymakers, innovation in human trafficking research and evidence building as demonstrated by the Rights Lab, and an integration of human trafficking efforts in all development initiatives, including health, education, immigration, food security, and social services. There is just this feeling that close to 25 years, that is half a century, after the Palermo Protocol, something new, fresh, and bolder is required. We heard yesterday from some of the Pathfinder countries, including France, Germany, the Netherlands, Albania, and Turkey, as well as the DRC, on their efforts to help member states reach the targets that are set by the SDG 8.7. Listening to the presenters yesterday, we had a lot of progress in adoption of national frameworks and acceleration strategies, better protection for victims, survivor inclusion, dealing with the root causes of poverty, of trafficking that include poverty, sustainability, and other areas that are integral to anti-trafficking efforts. There is opportunity, I think, to operationalize and measure these successes and also to evaluate their impact. I have hope. I have hope because I'm seeing a new generation of anti-trafficking actors. Together with those of us who have more experience, this new generation must respond to the challenges of their time with new tools and thinking. There is need to provide space for this new energy and also for us to provide opportunities for mentoring as well as technical and financial support to the next generation of anti-trafficking actors. Whether this be programming, policy and advocacy, or research, we must hold the hands of this new generation of actors. I have mentored many young scholars and actors, but I'm also getting coaching myself from younger actors and scholars on new paradigms and thinking that can lead to better innovation. We all need to be ready to determine when and how we can provide mentoring and also be open to receiving coaching. This is part of our sustainability agenda. Back to our focus on Europe and looking forward. As a major hotspot for human trafficking, I'm looking forward to learning on how the private sector and the business community can complement the work of others in contributing to policy formulation that protects workers, but also offers decent jobs and wages. This alone, if achieved, will result in the reduction of human trafficking. The issue of decent jobs and wages is complex. We all know that, especially in this environment of economic inequality. Corporations want to maximize profits, while poorer people in low-resource countries must feed their children. Sometimes children are forced to work in the worst and most dangerous conditions. We call on the business community not only to be fair and ethical, but also to be bold and humane in helping communities live a decent life. There is a win-win possibility. In conclusion, I congratulate Mr. Bukeni Waruzi and Free the Slave staff for hosting the inaugural European Regional Forum. I actually celebrated my birthday here on Monday. And I can tell you that presents are still welcome. So especially a check. If you want to write a check, I'll be very happy to receive that. It is my hope that Europe will take a significant lead in the fight against human trafficking within her borders and abroad. With the increased migration to the continent, there is opportunity to integrate migration and human trafficking policies into a framework that protects victims and survivors, offers better livelihoods, and also responds to the complex political European environment. All these things are possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to remove my name.
Well, it isn't my birthday, but happy birthday, David. And it's hopefully a good birthday gift today of us having a really useful discussion. For those who don't know me, my name is Mustafa Kadri. I'm the founder and CEO of Equidem, although I'm sure by now you're probably sick of hearing my voice. But wanted to say first that it's such a pleasure to be here at this forum. I know we've had very heavy days, but also I know that most of the time, often, it can feel a bit lonely doing what we do. And you get a lot of energy from being in the room, learning, discussing about these huge challenges, these profound issues that we have to grapple with. But also what's really exciting, I think, is even after all these years, and each one of you and all of us are very experienced at what we do, is you never keep learning. You never stop challenging what you're doing, asking yourself questions about, are we on the right path? So I think these meetings are so valuable for all of us. So I just wanted to start off by thanking and congratulating all of us for our commitment to these issues. So today we're going to be talking about the regulatory climate in Europe, and you've heard a lot about the new legislation that has been passed recently, which is, I think, both an awesome task to grapple with, to understand, but also incredibly exciting. And I've been asked to speak to you about that. But what I wanted to do is, along with framing a little bit about the new legislation, is talk a little bit about the path ahead. Because, again, what makes this forum relatively unique is that it is a space that brings together survivors, survivor leaders, civil society, trade unions, businesses, governments, experts, people that, of course, we do know each other, but often don't speak with each other enough. And if I can start off with this perhaps a bit daring, controversial point, I would say that none of the legislations, none of the standards we've got, even SDG 8.7 in itself is the solution in every aspect of the issues that we need to deal with. And none of us individually has all the answers. But as Bukeni said yesterday, and as David spoke about as well, it will require all of our energies, all of our ingenuity to try to start to address these issues. And one thing that I learned at the very beginning of my career a while ago now was when someone very wise said to me, when I used to work in government and you're dealing with, I used to work in Indigenous policy in Australia, a very challenging issue that has not been addressed really at all. But this person I used to work with said once that always see a challenge as an opportunity. See it as a chance to actually make life better for some people. I don't see it as a challenge. And I think that's something that we really should be thinking about today. But of course, the challenges are immense. You know, as we heard yesterday, there are an estimated nearly 50 million people living in conditions of modern slavery or similar exploitation. And there is a grave risk that that figure will increase due to climate change and environmental degradation, and of course, increasing inequality, wars, and political instability. As I noted, our focus for today is on the recently established Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, or CSDDD, or I'll call it the directive, because it's such a long term. We'll be discussing the directive and beyond, and the new driving forces to reach SDG 8.7 on the elimination of forced labour, modern slavery, human trafficking, and child labour. The directive is landmark legislation for the European Union and indeed the world. Not to, of course, ignore its limitations, but of course it is still landmark legislation. It's the product of several years and countless hours of debate, discussion, and pressure from across European and international society, including many of you in this room, of course, and it was finally adopted in April this year. And crucially, in April, we also saw the adoption of the forced labour regulation by the European Parliament. And that regulation itself as well is very exciting because it joins the US Tariff Act, or specifically Section 307 of that Act, to prohibit the import of products produced, mined, or manufactured in part or in whole by forced labour. So our legal toolkit really expanded in April. EU member states have 2 years to incorporate it into national law, and the directive targets large companies with significant business activities in the EU. It applies to EU-based companies and non-EU companies that meet specific criteria related to size and turnover. And these companies are required to perform due diligence that covers their entire value chain, from direct operations to indirect associations. So some basic details which I think are worth noting to frame the rest of our day. Companies with more than 1,000 employees and a turnover of 450 million euros have 5 years to comply with the directive, while companies with over 3,000 employees and a turnover of 900 million euros have 4 years. And of course, companies with over 5,000 employees and a turnover of 1.5 billion have 3 years, which I'm sure with anyone involved with any kind of project implementation would know is actually not a very long period of time. And of course, politically, a lot can happen in that time as well. So a really interesting time frame, that dash that we're on already, to try to make this a reality. The directive has a simple yet daring premise that the biggest European businesses must respect human rights and the environment, and that they must report on their activities to identify, prevent, and remedy any harms. There's obviously more complexity to it than that, but that fundamentally is what it's about. Crucially, there is a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of scope to actually interpret this law, to understand what it actually means. And with my legal cap on, one thing that's always struck me is when you do work around corporate accountability or working with businesses, the thing you always learn is there's so much gaps in our understanding of human rights law, of what remedy is, what protection is. So it really is exciting, but also I'm sure you'd all agree, it's a bit bewildering to think about that challenge that we're facing. But crucially, even at this stage, the directive would not have been possible without the support of civil society, including survivors and survivor-led groups, trade unions, and even some of the largest business actors and industry bodies in Europe. Organizations amongst many others, including the European Brands Association, the COCO Coalition, and the Corporate Leaders Group. I think that's a really, really critical point. I remember speaking to colleagues in this room who were very much involved, much more than I was, in the lobbying around getting the laws passed, talking often with business leaders and allies. And when you work in the areas that we work on as civil society, that's often not the case. You're often in opposing sides of the room. And that was something that was really quite inspiring. Even if those remember it, it was really quite nervous in April around whether these laws would actually pass. But that's a really key thing that I think we want to be building on today, to talk about where are those linkages, having honest discussion, having robust debate, being critical where we need to be, but also talking about how do we take it forward, build on the relationships that have already been formed. The directive is focused mainly on the operational practices of companies. It requires companies to actively manage and mitigate their adverse environment and human rights impacts. That means conducting thorough due diligence to identify, prevent, and mitigate potential and actual adverse impacts on human rights and the environment, ensuring that companies not only comply with legal standards, but also uphold ethical responsibilities across their operations and supply chains. Companies under this directive have to integrate due diligence into their corporate strategies and management systems. They're required to establish processes to identify risks and take appropriate action to mitigate them. Additionally, companies must publicly disclose their due diligence processes and outcomes, ensuring accountability and transparency. And for me, I think that's really significant. because there is so much within the mechanisms, as we all know, of making change happen, going beyond the problem statement, knowing what the problem is, the proof in the pudding, as we'd say. And I think that for me is an incredibly exciting aspect of it that will require all of us to work together. Now, in the brief time left available to me, I also wanted to share some experiences of my own organisation and my own work that should give us pause and perhaps some hope about the future. My organisation, Equidem, is relatively unique in that we do investigations of supply chains globally. That part's not unique. But what makes it unique is that all of our investigators are survivors, former or current workers, members of the communities whose rights we're trying to promote. It gives us very unique access to what's happening, and interestingly, much of our investigations, quite organically, because our teams are in Africa, Asia and the Middle East, but quite organically, much of our work is investigating European companies. And so I wanted to give a couple of examples of where things have started off very badly and have evolved to be very strong, to give us a sense of there is a chance for things to change. Last year, we documented a range of abuses around the forced labour and modern slavery indicators and climate impacts, such as climate migration and heat stress, to do with the renewable sector in the United Arab Emirates. And we investigated a number of European leading renewable energy sector companies. The kinds of cases that we found were really quite harrowing. Workers that had been trafficked, had been forced to charge large illegal recruitment fees. In some situations, workers talking about having to leave their districts of, for example, Kenya or Pakistan because of climate-linked floods or extreme heat. Even for me, again, with my legal mind, always thinking about causal links. If you were to bring a case before the courts, would you be able to say plausibly that there's a direct link between climate change and modern slavery? I was very sceptical, although I'm supportive of it. But to hear these people talk about climate impacts as if they were leaving a war zone, people talking about they didn't even have time to get their luggage. Some of you might remember some of the floods in the north of Pakistan, in also floods in Kenya, would remember that, how shocking it was. And these people would end up then not only facing exploitation and heat stress in one of the hottest countries on the planet, but very sadly working in a just transition sector, in the renewable sector. One worker told us, and there were so many cases, and I feel bad that not just mentioning so many cases, but I'll mention only one, is and I'll quote him, he said, "This job causes very serious health issues. Sometimes I am made to stand for more than 10 hours in the scorching sun, and this gives me a constant headache all the time. I must take painkillers to cool it down, which isn't good for my health." And, when he said this, this is a broken human being. This is a person who's, like myself and like all of us, come to a new country to make a better life for himself and his family, and is going to one of the wealthiest societies in the world, and yet his life has been completely ruined. After those investigations, we made them public, but we also spoke to the companies. And what really struck me was that there was a really non-adversarial tone to the conversations. Because in fact, the company wasn't really aware of its own value chain, of its own business operation, partially to do with the nature of that labour market and other factors as well. But critically, many of the issues that we documented actually have solutions. And I mean, it's not to say that it doesn't require a lot of hard work to implement, but things around responsible recruitment, making sure that there's adequate breaks, nutrition, training, but also issues around that there is non-discrimination in the treatment of how workers are treated in the employment space. And often, as many of you would know, discrimination can be actively pursued, but sometimes it's a hidden issue. And what I mean by that is that workers being treated differently, but crucially being paid differently, having different types of work experience based on their race, gender, nationality, sexuality. And corporates actually have often been leaders around equal opportunity, about addressing discrimination in the workplace. If you're a skilled professional like we are in this room, you may of course still face discrimination, but in fact, there's a long practice of addressing that. So a lot of our conversations with them, and they're ongoing, have been around addressing these points. But the crucial thing that I've said to them, and I've learned this a lot only over the last 10, 15 years, is the agent of change is not me as the human rights actor. The agent of change is that business. That business can save lives. That business has the expertise to know in their business setting, how do you make the lives of these people who make your value possible, how do you make their lives better? So without boring you with the details of that one, it's an ongoing one. I'm not going to pretend that we've resolved everything. Those workers are working in a labour market which has high restrictions on labour rights and human rights, but there are things that can be done there, and we're working very closely. Just one other example that I wanted to give, because to me it's very close to my heart, I think it's a very powerful example, was of a luxury European brand that contacted us about their operation in a South Asian country. They had received an anonymous complaint about sexual harassment by a young woman who was in their supply chain. Because of their product that requires a lot of young women from a sort of middle class background in this country to work in large shopping malls to sell their product. And it turned out that this person had made a complaint. So they reached out to us not really knowing what to do. And we set out doing quite a deep dive investigation with a tech company. We did the old school method of interviewing around 50% of their workforce, of about 2,000 people, which was quite a big thing. And the key thing to stress is the way that we did it was there's no hidden cameras. It's very old school, excuse me, methods of investigation and research with informed consent. What was really critical in that situation though, because we uncovered quite a significant problem for that company and for those workers in a country which is very conservative, was that ultimately we were able to start addressing those problems, and I'll briefly talk about that, because of the ingenuity and the passion of that company's own staff. We worked very closely with the headquarters, but crucially with their local executives, who, I mean, I personally was very impressed by this. And it probably shows I'm slowly getting older, but you know, these were professionals in their 30s, about 60% were women, and you know, being very honest with you, because these women were also, the workers were in shopping malls from more sort of middle class backgrounds, they could really see themselves in these young women, and they felt really obligated to do something about it. And when we looked at the testimonies, which were really quite harrowing, that in itself was enough for this business to really do the right thing. In other words, you didn't have to preach to them. It wasn't the appropriate situation to be saying how terrible it is. But crucially, we had to get on side the workers' employer, which was a recruitment agency, not the actual luxury brand. And the recruitment agency was actually owned by chance by certain actors in that country who are very conservative. They support very conservative political causes. So we thought there'd be a huge challenge here. And without going into the details, the key thing for us was finding the right people to have those conversations. So crucially, we had the business, we had local civil society and trade unions involved in it very confidentially, but also we had local business actors talking about the fact that this is bad for business, you have a luxury brand, but also, do you really want this on you? When what we're talking about is people working in an environment where they're not harassed, where they're selling a really respectable product, and this is on you. And so ultimately, actually, that process of addressing that was relatively simple. It was about having eyes and ears and workers' voice in their value chain, and that going right to the very heart. And I mean, being very honest with you, the headquarters was very, very much initially the executives about removing certain terminology from our reports, which anyone who does any kind of independent type of research investigation knows is a very significant sort of empirical thing. You know, you can't really mess with those sorts of things. But the local actors in the South Asian state were much less activated by that. But there was a process to address that. It went really well. And I was lucky enough to physically be there, although, you know, for lots of reasons, including my gender, I wasn't personally very directly involved in it. But to see these young women at the start of their careers, knowing that someone actually cared and they were no longer suffering in silence, was so inspiring. And to see people in suits coming from Europe, people from their own executives in that country in the same room, and not just apologizing, but working as a team together to try to address these problems, because it's our problem, was really emotional. It was really inspiring, because, I mean, without going into the details of the country, it's in a country that is generally having lots of challenges right now. So it was a really, really exciting thing to see. So to summarize, we're at a point now where there is an incredible opportunity. And I know, as all of you are seeing, there's so many challenges out there in the world right now. There's still an uncertain path. There's so much still to be done. We need to be obviously utilizing all of our expertise and others that we know to understand and maximize the EU system. We know there are a number of years now to maintain that pressure and that focus on getting these laws implemented. We know that states have to implement legislation, and of course the EU is a diverse body, 27 member states with different capacities, resources. But the gauntlet has been thrown. The opportunity is there, and for us today we have a chance to discuss these things. I really encourage open and honest debate, and I'm really glad to hear that there are business representatives here, along with the amazing civil society that we have here today. And, you know, just to leave on the point that the European Union's motto is unity in diversity, and no better way to end than to think about that diversity that we have in this room, the diversity of the challenges that we're facing. Let's utilize that to make people's lives better. I'll live on that.
Yeah. Okay, so thanks very much. So we will have this panel now on the regulatory landscape on forced labor in Europe. And as we've heard already in the keynote speech about the CS3D, but really over the past 10 years or so, there has been really an evolution also at the national level. I mean, starting with the UK Modern Slavery Act in 2015, the Loi de la Vigilance in France in 2017. In 2019, the Netherlands adopted a law on child labor in due diligence on child labor in the supply chain that has not yet been adopted, that has not yet entered into force, but nevertheless adopted in 2019. You had in 2023 also the Germans with their supply chain law. And now we have the CS3D and also the forced labor products ban. We also have the EU Anti-Trafficking Directive revised recently as well. And then, of course, in the US, it's not just in the EU, but also in the US, you have this 2016 amendment of the US Tariff Act, and in 2021, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. So there has been really a lot of evolution in a short period of time. So I'm very pleased to have the excellent panelists here where we are going to have a look. I will introduce them very briefly. We have Sofia Gonzalez de Aguinaga. She's a research leader in the British Institute for International and Comparative Law. We have Jasmine O'Connor, that most of you know. She's the CEO of Anti-Slavery. We have Javier from DG Trade, from the European Commission. Jeff Morgan from the business perspective, from Sugden Trading, which is a commodity trading company on the cocoa sector. And last but definitely not least, we have Marsha Eugenio from the US State Department of Labor, from the International Bureau, and a longstanding partner of the ILO. And so I'm very pleased to have you all here. And I think the way that we are going to take it is we first hear some views of organizations that and the researchers who have a lot of knowledge about these different regulations. They will give a kind of a comparative assessment. We will then move to the US, and he will hear from their perspective, from the State Department of Labor's perspective, how they've used this tool in their particular regulatory context to tackle forced and child labor and human trafficking. And then we'll hear from the company perspective, particularly the cocoa sector, what is their experience and how are they, what are they anticipating from this regulation. So I'm pleased to give the floor first then to Sofia Gonzalez. And I wanted to ask her, so of all these human rights due diligence legislation and forced labor legislation that have been adopted, where do you see commonalities between them, and what are the differences?
Thank you, and thank you everyone. Irene, or Irene, I don't know, you pronounce my name perfectly. I was like really surprised. Usually my last name, everyone is like, oh, I don't know. Thank you so much. So like Irene said, I'm a researcher for the Modern Slavery Policy and Evidence Center, but based at the Bingham Center for the Rule of Law, which is part of PICO. So regarding your question, I think first I would like to start by, and I'm not a lawyer, defining just what mandatory human rights due diligence laws are. So, what we call mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence laws are laws that are based to some extent on the UNGPs and that mandate companies to undertake human rights and environmental due diligence, and they also establish some sort of corporate liability and require some sort of disclosure as well from companies. And like Irene mentioned, we're speaking about, for example, the French, I'm not going to say it in French like she did, the French duty diligence law in 2017. We're talking about the German law. Mostly these two laws are the ones where we have a bit more evidence on how they've been implemented. And when we talk about forced labor import bans, these are domestic regulatory frameworks that are established and enforced by states that restrict the imports of goods on the grounds of suspected forced labor having been involved in their production. So just starting with the definition, we can see that they are quite different, but they also have commonalities. So the main commonality, well, I'm going to mention a few. So first, like I mentioned, they're both to some extent based on the UNGPs, which is actually a very good thing. I was just yesterday with a group of large UK multinationals, and this person said that even though this all was quite difficult to implement, she was very happy that at least nothing was completely like new or different, because everything was to some extent based on the UNGPs, which were they already following voluntarily before. So I think it was a very good point that I wanted to highlight today. So that's their main commonality, and they both are joining a broader landscape of regulatory interventions to address forced labor. So we shouldn't see them in isolation. They are joining reporting, regulation, they're joining issue-specific laws that to some extent require due diligence in the EU, like the deforestation, minerals, etc. And just to say that these are some of the instruments that states have to address forced labor. They also both have an extraterritoriality effect, which means that it applies to companies that are not incorporated in the jurisdiction where these were developed. Like I mentioned, both are mandatory human rights due diligence laws and forced labor import bans are domestic regulations, except now with the CSDDD, which is the first one developed at the supranational level. So this means that because of this extraterritoriality characteristic, it means that they can influence the behavior of businesses in the global south and also of governments. And this has advantages and disadvantages to take into account that I might talk about later. Another thing that they have in common, but it's an unfortunate one, is that they have largely been developed without considering the voices of people with lived experience of modern slavery. They both also, in addition to addressing forced labor, they both also aim to level the playing field. So this is something you probably have heard a lot of, and just means that these laws want to avoid that businesses have a competitive market advantage when using forced labor, right? And they are also complementary. So I think this is the main key, like one of the key things. I think it was mentioned earlier that there's not one single solution. So we need to think about this as a framework of different regulations and how they complement each other. And I'm just going to be very brief on how I think they complement each other. And for one, they can work together because they are different in nature. So forced labor import bans is a regulation of result. So you want to see something in the goods, while the mandatory human rights due diligence legislation is a regulation of means. You want to see that the business has undertaken human rights due diligence, not of result. So this means that one leaves space for the other to enter into the equation. So, for example, mandatory human rights due diligence could leave some room for products being imported into a country that are tainted with forced labor. And also that forced labor import bans are not addressing the domestic production. And there was actually a US study not so long ago that showed that it was in the agri-food supply chain. I don't know if you read it, but that it showed that forced labor was in this sector was most prevalent in the domestic system, and therefore the forced labor import ban in the US was failing to address that issue. And also, it's important to differentiate between state sponsor forced labor and non-state forced labor. So in situations of state forced labor, forced labor import bans play a very important role because human rights diligence might not be sufficient. Well, it won't be sufficient, right? There's not that much that businesses can do when states are imposing forced labor. Unfortunately, so far in terms of evidence, as a researcher, it's important to mention that we focus on evidence, is that we don't yet have a country where we can see these two implemented in practice and where we can see, oh, okay, this is how they complement each other. So the US is the one that has, an established import ban regime, but they don't have a mandatory human rights due diligence law. And here in Europe, we're seeing, like you mentioned earlier, the CSDDD and the approval by the European Parliament of the forced labor import ban happening almost at the same time, right? And still, they're not going to be applied until, the CSDDD until 2027. So we cannot see that in practice yet. Germany having the, So there's not one country that we can already see as a case study and evaluate how these two complement each other. But there's definitely that potential. So I hope I answered the question. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks very much for this comparison, the commonalities, and also to say where these are complementary. And I know this is a premature question in a way, but still, would you have some thoughts on what can make these laws effective? So we have them on paper, and what are probably the key ingredients that are needed for them to fulfill their purpose?
And that's what we all want to know. Just give me the list of ingredients that this needs to have in order for it to work perfectly, because that's what we're also looking for, right? Like one single instrument that is the key. For some reason, we always want simple, fast solutions, yes. Right? As we know, that is not the case. But this is not, a question that we haven't thought about. The effectiveness is something that we've been looking at the Modern Slavery Policy and Evidence Center, and we undertook an analysis of the evidence on the effectiveness of mandatory human rights due diligence laws not that long ago. You can find the report on our website. And we did find, based on limited evidence, I have to say, that there are some factors that influence effectiveness. Why limited evidence? Because only the French law has been implemented for long enough. All of these are recent regulatory, recent laws, right? So we need to take that into account. They don't have been implemented for long enough for us to have sufficient evidence. So most of the evidence comes from the French and also from the German. But mostly the French. And so what we saw was that, let me start with effectiveness, actually. Just like I started with defining mandatory human rights due diligence laws and forced labor import bans, it's important to start with what do we mean by effectiveness? And this is something actually that we don't see often in the research that we encounter. They don't often define what do they mean with effectiveness, how are they measuring whether these instruments work or not. And I think that's a very key point to start with. So at the Modern Slavery PEC, we developed a framework that is not perfect, but that's how we started exploring effectiveness, and it's in 3 different ways. So the first way is how effective they are driving compliance from businesses, how effective these mandatory human rights due diligence are changing business behavior, and finally at actually addressing modern slavery, so reducing prevalence, preventing forced labor, etc. So we identified different factors. So for compliance, for example, having a state being the one regulating and monitoring is quite important. In order to have some changes from businesses, it's important to have clear regulatory requirements. So I'm not going to go into all of the factors that we found, but I'm happy to discuss one-to-one on all the factors we found. But I think it's important to mention that we did find that they so far do work at influencing some positive corporate changes, but they fall short from the substantial changes we want to see, especially as you might have already read or know, this compliance approach that businesses usually take that doesn't go beyond like the tick boxing exercise and cascading not cascading, it's just like there's not shared responsibility. It's the opposite. It's like giving the suppliers the responsibility to comply. So that's what we found. For the forced labor import bans, we undertook an effectiveness analysis in 2021 by your namesake, Irene Pietropaoli. And she also found that they are effective in the short term at generating some company changes, but we don't have much evidence in the long term. And in general, we have very little evidence on the effectiveness of forced labor import bans. Like I said, because these are relatively recent, even though in the US, it was established in 1930, the Tariff Act, it was actually not implemented fully until 2016, and all of this. So we don't have that much evidence, but I'm going to update that analysis. I'm actually doing that now. So we will be publishing it soon with some updates on the recent evidence and what it says about whether it works, for whom, and under which circumstances. So I think just briefly, I think to make legislation effective, apart from all these factors that we have identified, we need to take into account the potential unintended consequences that this may have, which I know we're going to be discussing in a different panel, so I'm not going to step into your feet. So I think it's important that they take into account these ones, like divestment, disengagement, any sort of trade disruptions, and also including what it means that these laws, which are mostly top-down, how do they influence the global south, and how we need to be careful about not imposing too much. So there's a discussion there to be had. But yeah, so that's for me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much also for your thoughts on effectiveness, and actually that we need to consider what do we actually mean. It will be a recurrent question, so just the others are prepared. I will now give the floor to Jasmine from Anti-Slavery International. And here I wanted to ask you, so anti-slavery has been a very strong, advocating very strongly for a strong CSDDD directive, and also you've been very involved in the forced labor products ban, and you had some key points. So now that the CSDDD has been adopted, the forced labor products ban, actually I think the final adoption is for October, proceeding currently. So from what we have now, what are you happy about, what are you not happy about? Maybe you have some thoughts from the UK modern slavery, how that compares, or where does it fall short, where does it fit? I mean, would be really interested to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Okay. So I think the first thing that I'm relatively happy about is actually the civil society engagement that there was throughout the process of developing the CSDDD. Union engagement, representatives from the Global South, research from the Global South that fed into the process. So I think it could have been more. Of course, it could have been more, but I think it was a really good achievement. I also think that when it comes to these legislative instruments across Europe, and we compare it, for example, with the French example, which is the only example that we've got that's had some sort of longevity to be able to look at, it's substantially different. I wouldn't say that the French example has a number of the elements that we would have advocated for in the kind of due diligence legislation. And so how is it different? I think the first way in which I think it's stronger is that it looks at remediation measures. The French law doesn't do that. I think the other challenge with the French law is that the burden of proof lies very much with the claimant. And there is no inclusion of responsible disengagement in the French model. And I think that is something that's extremely important, because one of the unintended consequences of these laws is that there's irresponsible disengagement once a problem has been found. And so I'm really pleased that the DDD has that in it, and I think that's an incredibly important part of it. I think just coming to look at the scope as well. I mean, we've spoken obviously about the sort of large companies and how they clearly come under scope, and different times they will be sort of introduced and come under scope. I think the other thing with that, of course, is that it does end up bringing smaller companies in scope, because it's the whole supply chain. And so even though, we were disappointed that in the sort of final sort of wrangling of the negotiations, the sort of number of companies in scope sort of started to sort of slip away from us, it still does have a number of those in scope. It also talks about meaningful engagement through most of the due diligence process of stakeholders. There are still a few gaps. It's not through all the due diligence process. I think for me, the remediation is good that that's in there. I think the challenge is that it doesn't look at a broad range of mediations. It hasn't sort of described all of the different types of mediation, but indeed it does include sort of the stakeholder engagement. I think most importantly, it looks at civil liability. And so, where there is either sort of deliberate intent or negligence, there is civil liability. However, the challenge is that the burden of proof still lies with the claimant. And I think that is a real weakness. And I think that, in a sense, that is going to be one of the areas where we're going to need a kind of wraparound support to make sure that cases as they are brought are successful, because when the burden lies with the claimant, that quite frankly isn't good enough. I think just moving on briefly to the forced labour, I think what is really good about that is that it does complement, and I think that's really important to say. I mean, I look at these things like a sort of three-legged stool, the sort of transparency and reporting, which the sort of UK, I guess, started with a number of years ago, and then the DDD, and then the forced labour. And, if you don't have three legs to your stool, you're going to fall over, right? And so I think the forced labour, is a very positive move. It hasn't yet been adopted fully. Sort of European process means there's lots of different sign-offs, and maybe we can explain how that works a little bit if anybody's interested. But when hopefully it is adopted, it will be an important part of that sort of three-legged stool. I think there's some challenges with it. The evidential standards are much higher than the US. And again, the sort of challenges around burden of proof are there, in the respect that there isn't a sort of burden of proof on business to prove that something hasn't been made with forced labour, and that's a challenge. There's no public digital traceability database, which is, again, a challenge, because, you know, when you can see that, when you have that happening, it's easier to sort of scrutinise it. The customs data, unfortunately, is confidential, and so that creates a challenge with being able to monitor and ensure that it's being used effectively. And there, unfortunately, is a lack of remediation requirements before lifting. And so, you know, that, from our perspective as a human rights organisation and a workers' rights organisation, really we should be making sure that the workers are remedied for any harm that has come to them before any lifting of these bans are considered. So there's a number of weaknesses there. However, I think it does send out a really strong message to business around not importing goods made with forced labour. One of the sort of overarching challenges is that it tends to just focus on product lines and particular goods, rather than being able to take a geographical stance in the sort of same way, for example, as some of the American legislation takes. And so in terms of being something that can, you know, in a sense, be a sort of hammer to hit the sort of offenders of forced labour that we are well and truly aware of, it is a little weaker in that respect. But I think it's a superb, contribution to the legislative agenda. When it comes to the UK, I mean, I think, I was very proud of the 2015 legislation, and I think it sort of, it began to sort of set the bar and began to lift things forward. But I do think it's sort of getting left behind now, and I think the challenges from my perspective are that we've got to be very careful that the UK and other jurisdictions globally that are being left behind don't become sort of dumping grounds for goods with forced labour. And I think, it's interesting because as big business shifts and, the bar is raised, it undoubtedly will affect companies in the UK, because you can't avoid trading, across Europe. And I think, in a sense, this is the direction of travel, and, any governments that are getting left behind need to sort of get with the programme, otherwise they're not really doing any favours to their own business community, quite frankly. I think from my perspective, just a couple of very quick things to say in terms of the implementation. We have to have the wraparound responses that, in a sense, sit within our development cooperation and sit within the kind of union, environment and support, to make sure that we're working with civil society, trade unions at producer country level to ensure that these processes are effective and to ensure that they're utilised, and that we are, not in a few years' time when the legislation comes up for revision, we're not actually having a slippage, but we're having a further march forward and being able to spot some of the gaps, identify those, and keep moving forward. I think before I finish, I just want to just give a thanks and a note of appreciation to the Belgian leadership that there's been on this. I think without your leadership, we wouldn't be here where we are, and indeed to the Commission in terms of the way that you've driven this forward. And put us in a place where I believe this is world-leading legislation. So thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you for going to the different points in the CS3D and the forced labor and saying what is there and what should be missing. Also the point on policy coherence. So when you have all these, so be it product bans or particularly product bans, that there's some coherence, which is probably also important for businesses, that one product is not in one country considered being made with forced labor in one region and in another not. So that that highlighting this aspect. And but just you hinted it already in your answer, Jasmine. But just very briefly, for it to be, for those legislations to be effective in a way of bringing change on the ground and to make progress towards the SDG 8.7 target. What are the two things that we need other than having this on paper. Yeah.
I think we need engagement with civil society on the ground and engagement with unions on the ground. And anti-slavery, we've set up a kind of global network of organisations from the global south to be sharing lessons, to be looking at how to implement this on the ground, to be looking at how to effectively leverage this legislation in relation to their own domestic legislation. And I think that's super important, because what we don't want is a sort of slice of the pie that goes to Europe to effectively be coming under this, and then products that are made to the left or the right and are going elsewhere in the world to be effectively made with forced labour. So you can envisage those kind of unintended consequences. But the only way that we mitigate that is by, I think, working with the workers, working with civil society on the ground, and having the right kind of development cooperation in place. And I do think, an important area in relation to that is obviously the investigation kind of capacity that's needed, and indeed the support for looking at what remediation looks like, and making sure that that stakeholder engagement in remediation is really, really driven forward. And I think this is a sort of call to action for the kind of development cooperation that's needed to really make that happen.
Thank you. That was very clear. Thank you.
As we discuss our path towards 2030 and the eradication of modern slavery, we should talk about what is going on in Europe. There has been an impressive momentum in Europe with the adoption of two significant regulations, the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive and the prohibition of products made with forced labor. About the latter, the forced labor ban, France has been and remains a strong supporter of this initiative, since we believe our European market should promote decent work and respect of fundamental principles and human rights. Whether it occurs within Europe or outside, forced labor is unacceptable and should not be tolerated in any circumstances. Of course, European law already tackles forced labor in primary law with the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, but also in secondary law with directives from 2009 and 2011. But before the forced labor ban, there was no EU legislation for member states to detain, seize, or order the withdrawal of a product on the basis that it was made with forced labor. Thanks to this new instrument, EU member states are much more equipped. How does it work? Well, according to this regulation, if there is a strong suspicion of a product having been made with forced labor, an investigation shall be launched by EU member states' authorities. And if it is clear that forced labor was used at any stage of the production process, those products will be prohibited. Of course, international organizations, whistleblowers, trade unions have an important role to play, which is to notify these national authorities. Collaboration is once again of paramount importance, and in this regard, the European Commission will have a central role in the implementation of the forced labor ban. France also welcomes the adoption of the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, also known as CSDDD, which was approved this year. Since 2017, France has had its own due diligence law for companies above 5,000 employees, which inspired the talks for a legislation at a European level. The main feature of the French law is the adoption of a vigilance plan by companies to identify and prevent serious violations of human rights, fundamental freedoms, human health and safety, and the environment. The EU directive goes even further, as it tackles companies above 1,000 employees. Each member state is required to set up or designate a supervisory authority responsible for investigating and imposing sanctions on companies that fail to comply with their obligations. This will include reporting such companies and imposing fines of up to 5% of their worldwide net sales. The CS3D defines a regime of civil liability which makes companies responsible if they have failed to comply with their due diligence obligations and if such failure has led to damage a person's legal interests. Finally, the CS3D makes sure that access to justice for survivors and victims is effective. While the member states are responsible to define applying rules, in doing so, they must respect a number of conditions. Limitation periods shall be at least 5 years. The cost of proceedings shall not prohibitively expensive. There shall be injunctive measures available to seize infringement. An injured party should be able to authorize a trade union or an NGO to enforce the rights of the alleged injured party. Courts shall be able to order evidence to be disclosed by a company when relevant. There are synergies between these two regulations. If companies perform an effective and comprehensive due diligence process, they will be better prepared to prevent forced labor in their supply chains. But if they wait for an investigation to be launched, that's where they might be in trouble. Another synergy is the risk-based approach present both in the forced labor ban and the due diligence directive. Companies and authorities shall prioritize areas where risks of forced labor and other offenses are the greatest. Companies should also be able to provide accurate information on products made available in the EU. We're talking about information identifying the products, the manufacturers, the suppliers. In other words, companies must be transparent with regard to their supply chains. It is still a bit early to say precisely what the effects of these regulations will be. Yet, I believe we can make a few comments. First, due diligence is an ongoing process. It will take some time before companies have a good understanding of the risks in their supply chains. And even after drafting and implementing a due diligence policy, things will keep changing. Companies will have to adapt to potential changes in the risk profile as circumstances evolve. Hence, feedback loops will be very important. Second, collaboration is key to the success of due diligence, whether it is at an industry or multi-industry level, with all relevant stakeholders in the supply chains. Since companies are required to map most pressing risks in their activities, they should engage in an active dialogue with their suppliers and other companies with whom they share the same suppliers. And third, even though due diligence imposes obligations over big companies, we can expect a sort of cascading effect that will irrigate the whole supply chains from multinationals to SMEs. This is a crucial challenge both for companies and national authorities. SMEs will need guidance to fully incorporate these new requirements. Coupled with the reputational risk, these regulations are likely to be seen as an additional constraint for businesses. But I think due diligence can be very positive for companies. The main advantage of this process is for companies to better encompass their supply chains, which could lead to greater efficiency and better quality of their products and services. I wish you all a very pleasant and informative forum. Thank you.
And now I'm turning over to Javier from DG Trade. So you've had, so now talking about the two EU legislations, the directive and the forced labor products ban. So both of these, if you could just walk us through the next steps from maybe even from the procedure side on the forced labor products ban, but then also both of these instruments, they give a number of tasks to the Commission, maybe some of them unexpected and maybe some of them bigger than anticipated. Yeah, if you could talk about that and how the Commission prepares now and what they have to do before these enter into force. Thank you.
Thank you very much and good morning. And well, first of all, I wanted to thank Frida's Lace for organizing the event. It's also good to know that there is a new friend in town, and he's going to also enjoy the Brussels weather with us. So I hope you organize more events in the future. I actually wanted to start, I think it's my legal mind that wanted to actually start with that, with the next steps for formally. So just as you already said, and Jasmine, I will make a caveat already now. I'm from the three legs, the reporting, the due diligence, and the ban. I'm more familiar with the forced labor ban because my DG was co-leading on this initiative, so I will focus on that. Of course, I will be happy to speak about the other initiatives, but I will focus especially on that because it's what I know better and what my DG is leading on. So I wanted to say on the forced labor regulation, indeed, the regulation is still not adopted formally. There is a political agreement by the co-legislators, the European Parliament and the Council. And the expectation is that now, after all the linguistic and legal checks are finalized, the expectation is that it will be in a new Parliament at the beginning of one of the first sessions in plenary. It will be formally adopted, and then the Council so the Member States will also need to vote on it. We don't expect surprises, meaning they have already supported this. So, well, you never know. But, but I have to say the level of support, both in Parliament and in Council, maybe even as compared as the CSDDD for the forced labor regulation, it was quite strong. I would say overwhelmingly strong. So it's difficult to see that that the regulation will not be adopted. So what we expect is that will be adopted in the fall, and then from there we will have 3 years until it starts applying. So this will be end of 2027 most probably. And just one word maybe on the legislative process, and I would like to join the thank you to the Belgian presidency for the push that you did. It was decisive to bring this legislation forward, but also, of course, to civil society for being the driving force and this labor in particular of this legislation. The Commission, I think it made an ambitious proposal that, for the most part, I think it remains in the final text that was adopted by the Council and the European Parliament. Maybe there is a major change which concerns indeed the role of the Commission. So we didn't expect to be in charge of investigations. That was originally the idea, would be member states doing the investigations. But the will of the co-legislators was that the Commission, at least on the investigations where forced labor is located outside the European Union, the European Commission will carry out the investigations and will take the decisions on the particular products for the bans. So of course, this is an important change that we need to come to terms with and figure out how we're going to go about this. And I will refer briefly to this in a moment. I just wanted to maybe underline here, as I said, I think that some of the key elements of the Commission proposal were maintained in the final text, and this is in particular the fact that this legislation will apply to all products, meaning from all sectors and coming from no matter where. So it's not an import ban, it's what we call a market ban. Also, products that are made in the European Union will be subject to the prohibition. So I think that's important, and I think on the issue of the product-specific approach, so every investigation will need to be, let's say, focusing on one particular product as opposed, let's say, to a ban applying to a wider region on all products coming from that region. I think this was also the co-legislators wanted to really underline the need for legal certainty and a due process for operators. And this was an important part of the decision. We understand the logic or the arguments that, well, we say when there is evidence that there is forced labor affecting to a full region, it might be necessary, let's say, to take decisions not product by product, but let's say more widely. But the will also of the co-legislators was, at least at this point, because we understand this, and I think the legislators understood also this as a starting point, so something that we can build, so the experience that we gain, we can build on that experience to see how the instrument can be improved in the future. And this applies also to the comment on remediation, which is specifically mentioned in the review that the Commission will need to carry out 2 years after the entry into application. So in 2029 most probably. So specifically we will need to look into the possibility of remediation for victims as part of this legislation. So just not to speak too much on the next steps. Well, I will say 3 things here. First, and this is a good example of it, our first task now is to explain what is the outcome of the legislative process. So the focus now is on the outreach with civil society, etc. But very in particular, I would like to say with third countries. We have discussing with our delegations in third countries and empowering them to be able to explain what the Commission has adopted, both on CSDDD and due diligence, and forced labor ban. So that's the first step, that we really want to explain what has been adopted and how this will apply and how we can help third countries to also support implementation. Then a second element is the development of the support tools, what we call the support tools under this legislation on forced labor, which I would refer in particular to 2 that I think they are especially important. So there will be a database, public database of forced labor risks based on reports from international standards, with identification of specific products and geographic areas. This is similar to what the colleagues in the United States are doing. And we try to also build on their experience with a similar database. And this will be an important tool for the implementation of the regulation, mostly as an awareness raising tool, rather than a tool that will trigger, let's say, investigations per se. Awareness raising both for companies and for authorities to see where the risks are. And then maybe the last point would be on what are we doing at the moment, next steps. We will need to, as I said, figure out how we are going to do the implementations, who is going to do the implementations within the Commission. So it is clear that the Commission will be responsible for those in third countries, whereas member states will be responsible for investigations where forced labor is in the EU. But then we need to see exactly which service, with which resources, how we can involve our delegations in third countries, etc., etc. So we need to put in place all that. And sorry, because I didn't mention the other support tool I wanted to mention, the guidelines, the implementation guidelines. And this will be important also because the guidelines will be for economic operators to understand how they can, let's say, comply with this legislation. This will be mostly on due diligence, even though this legislation on forced labor does not create due diligence obligations. Due diligence, of course, will be a very important tool for companies to facilitate compliance, to ensure that there is no forced labor in the supply chain. So we will provide guidelines for the companies, and then also for the authorities to exactly know how to carry out the investigations, what is the level of evidence needed to impose a ban, etc. So that's what we are working on at the moment, and we have some time for 3 years until this starts applying. The investigations can start. A bit less for the database and the guidelines, because that will be only 1.5 years since entry into force, so probably mid 2026 for the guidelines and database. But yeah, we cannot. I mean, we are working on it. That's the message.
Thank you, Javier, so much for first of all also clarifying some of the key aspects of the ban again, and then giving these details on the next steps and also with the challenges that of course now you face. And I'm also glad that you mentioned that you will talk to the delegations and that they explain to third countries also what this is about, because we at the ILO, we've also been approached by third countries who know something is coming but not really what, and what does it mean. So just one follow-up question, given that is the Commission planning on how can they use their development cooperation? Can that also be used to build the capacity in these third countries of governments, but also civil society, trade unions, but also the companies, that they understand what they need to do? And then also for you, this question of effectiveness. So there's the one side, it has to be effective in a way that all these structures and responsibilities have to be clarified, but then also for it to contribute to the elimination of forced labor and those goals. What from your view would be needed?
Yes. So on the first question, on engagement with the countries and companies, well, this is a very important part. It was a very important part of the discussion, of course, because we always understood, and that's one of the reasons why my DG Trade is involved very much on this legislation, is that they will have a very important external dimension for the EU. So we need to work with the countries. That was clear for everybody. And the idea is, of course, to work with them, and with the bigger objective to implement an international standard, let's not forget it, which is ratified by almost all member states, which is the prohibition of forced labor. So in the end, this is our logic, that we are helping or trying to contribute to the global implementation of that standard, and this is a tool that might help. This tool alone, the forced labor regulation or the CSDDD alone, will not achieve the goal, but they can contribute to that. So in that sense, there is specific provisions in the forced labor regulation on international cooperation. So the co-legislators wanted to make it specific how this cooperation with third countries, and not only with third country governments, also with the stakeholders in third countries or that are working on third countries, how this will happen. So for instance, the legislation specifically mentions the dialogues. This should be part of the bilateral dialogues that we have with the countries on human rights, on political dialogues, as part of trade tools, and also possibly ad hoc dialogues to address specific issues that are detected. Then a second aspect, it will be exchanges of information. And here we are thinking a bit more of countries that have similar legislation. So one item that is, for instance, clear, it will be cooperation to develop the database. So what are the information sources that are considered valid and with verifiable information, verified information, but also on decisions. So not during investigations, but once an investigation is concluded, the idea is that we will be able to share information and also receive information from partners that have adopted decisions to see what is the evidence that has been used, the information, the level of compliance of operators, also to avoid that goods are, as we normally hear, dumped on other jurisdictions. So that's also a very important part. And then on accompanying measures specifically, because you were referring to this, there is also a reference on the need to develop accompanying measures. There is already some projects ongoing, but the idea is that we will develop additional ones, and here the focus will be to work with governments, but of course to work with NGOs, civil society, and that will be a very important part of it. So it's clear the will to develop those accompanying measures, as we call them, development cooperation. We are still not there on this. We need to think how this can also integrate with the accompanying measures that are being developed for CSDDD. So specifically, because it's not that the world, the forced labor regulation is not completely alien to CSDDD, it's the complementarity issues of both. The idea is that we work together to facilitate the implementation of both. And the challenges, just very briefly, because and then I pass the floor. On the challenges, I think maybe I would refer to first the issue of the resources. We need to find the right resources to carry out investigations that might be quite intense in some cases. So we need to find the right expertise, build that expertise now that the Commission will probably will have to do most of the investigations, and manage the workload that comes with, because we expect also a lot of requests. So we also want to learn from colleagues in the US how to do this in an efficient way, to use the resources as efficiently as possible. And then maybe, and just to conclude on another challenge, I would probably mention the verification of the information on forced labor and probably the detection of goods. So the implementation, the actual implementation, how the allegations on the presence of forced labor in a particular product are verified, knowing also that, as Jasmine explained, this will be a case-by-case approach. So we need to, the competent authority to impose a ban will need to find evidence, and that evidence needs to be verified. So there is a need to really build expertise on how to do this. So that, I think that would be maybe the second main challenge I would mention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for going also into these challenges. And I think for many of us, it was very clarifying the next steps and what will happen and what will come out. So, and this also gives me the perfect way to now move to the US, in fact. We will hear from Marsha Eugenio, the director of the Office of Child Labor, Forced Labor and Human Trafficking in the US Department of Labor's Bureau of International Affairs, also a former ILO colleague. So I'm very happy to have you here. And to hear from you how in the US regulatory framework you have worked towards the eradication of child labor and forced labor, and what tools you use and what role has this amended US Tariff Act played. Excellent.
Thank you so much. Hello?
Yes.
Thank you, Jasmine. Okay, sorry. Now that we're all awake. But thank you so much, actually, for the invitation to be able to participate in this panel. And it's wonderful to be able to follow Sophia and Javier and Jasmine in their expert explanation of the regulations and legislation in Europe. And to be able to share a little bit of what we have done in the United States and some of the challenges and some of the opportunities that we see. When I was listening to all of you, the thought that was running through my mind was that we have, somebody might ask, well, why is the US sitting in a European forum on modern slavery, or why are MN sitting in a panel that is discussing EU regulation? But the reason is because we have some shared goals, and I think that we've had those goals for a very long time, and I think we have a clarity of purpose too. We have a mission and an objective to eliminate and to prevent exploitation where it's happening. And we also want to level the playing field for companies and governments that are actually doing the right thing. So we have goals that we share, and we want to work together. And I think that we are more effective in doing this when we actually share resources, when we have try to work together in standardizing some of the processes that we have. And that's helpful both for us as implementers and enforcers of regulations, but also for companies and others that have to comply with those regulations. So more that we can harmonize the way that we do things, the easier it is for everyone involved to be able to address those challenges. We've spoken a little bit about some of the regulations in the United States, and I won't go through a lot of them, but I wanted to just give you a sense of a little bit maybe historically how we have advanced in maybe addressing forced labor in the United States. And like you've heard that we've had a regulation in the books in the United States since 1930, is Section 307 of the Tariff Act of 1930, which basically says that the United States will not import goods that are made with forced labor wholly or in part. And that wholly or in part is very important. And as we go through this discussion, it would be good to kind of focus a little bit on that. And that regulation was in place for a very long time. And not a lot was happening in terms of enforcing the regulation, because he had what we call a consumptive demand loophole. And basically what that said was that if the United States didn't produce the good in sufficient quantity to meet our own demands, that we will go ahead and import those goods, even if they were made with forced labor. Now, imagine this. Some of us were working on this issue for a very long time, and that legislation was in place, and it didn't make sense to us. I mean, things perhaps were different back in 1930, but when we started to work on this again back in the 1980s, 1990s, that didn't seem to kind of make much sense. And we were all very happy in 2016 when that was lifted. That loophole was basically lifted, and it gave our colleagues in the Department of Homeland Security and Customs and Border Protection a renewed tool to really do something when it came to forced labor. But also, and since then, just statistics that one of my colleagues pulled out recently, that was, I found it interesting. So since basically CBP, Customs and Border Protection, had only issued about 30 enforcement actions prior to, they had only issued 37 enforcement actions in the first 85 years of that regulations being in place. Since 2016, they have issued now 33 actions. So that's a 750% increase since 2016. So it is a valuable tool. It is a tool that we actually are using, that we feel is actually having an impact. It may not be the impact that, to the point where we all want to see it, but it's something that we feel is an important tool that we're using. In the meantime, we also had other tools that we were using, not necessarily import bans, but other things that we were using in the United States to try to address forced labor in the production of goods. In 1999, we had issued an executive order in the United States that basically said that the federal government will require suppliers of goods to the U.S. government to attest that they will not providing goods made with forced or indentured child labor. So that has been in place since 1999. Similarly, in the early 2000s, a similar executive order was issued for trafficking in person, for procurement of services of goods, trafficking in persons. In 2005, there was also a requirement in the Trafficking Victim Protection Act, reauthorization, for the United States Department of Labor, my office, to produce a list of goods made with forced or indentured child labor in violation of international standards. And that's the list that Javier had mentioned previously, or the public database, in essence, that we have. that was an incredibly valuable tool for us because it gave us the opportunity to basically highlight in very clear terms where we had a reasonable basis to believe that child labor or forced labor was being used in violation of international standards. Right now, that list has 159 products from 78 countries, and probably that's the tip of the iceberg. We all know that probably the child labor and forced labor is actually happening in a lot more countries and goods. The other tool that we actually have right now that perhaps is not as well known is we produce a report every year on the worst forms of child labor. And sometimes people don't tie this report to issues related to forced labor because it's just, in the title it says findings on the worst forms of child labor. But what the report actually does is that it does an assessment of legislation, enforcement, policy initiatives, and coordination, and presents findings and recommended actions. And it does this for 131 countries. Now, if I'm a company, and I've talked to a number of companies, they've used this report in the past for their own risk assessments. So if they're doing investment in a particular country and they know, for example, that that country doesn't have a labor inspectorate, there are countries that do not actually have a labor inspectorate, or that they don't have labor inspectors. If you're a company and you're going to invest, you know that that's a risk. Because if you're concerned about labor issues, you know that a country that doesn't have the capacity to actually enforce the laws presents a risk to your business. So that's another tool that is there for all of us to use. The other one, and this is more recent and perhaps a little bit more controversial, the United States in 2021 enacted the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. It's a very blunt tool, it's very focused, it's very specific. It's trying to deal with an egregious human rights violation. And it's very focused and it's very effective. And it's basically included a presumption that if goods are made in the Xinjiang region of China, that those goods are made with forced labor. And that we, as the US government, will stop the importation of those goods. And that the responsibility is on the companies importing to prove that those goods are not coming from that region. Again, a very, very powerful tool in our opinion. The other one, more recently, we do not have a national due diligence regulation or requirement similar to the one that was recently adopted in the EU. But we do have a US National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, and that provides a lot of guidance, and that was just updated a couple of months ago. And it provides a lot of guidance to companies about what our expectations are regarding business and human rights. It provides a lot of resources on these issues. So I wanted to also mention a little bit about, I think Sophia mentioned a little bit about the impact and kind of measuring impact on some of these issues and how effective perhaps some of these regulations have been. We don't have a lot of data. But what we do know is that companies are starting to change their behavior. And to us, that's very encouraging, because what is happening is that, and unfortunately, and something that Javier actually mentioned, some of the companies are changing their behavior in a way that is not what we would like to necessarily see. Others are changing behavior in the way that we want to see it. So for example, we know that some of the initial WROs, the withhold release orders that were issued for Malaysia, kind of did have an impact on kind of changing behavior in certain sectors, gloves or palm oil, and then with the government as well. There was a lot of engagement from the government trying to change that behavior. We know for other more recent WROs and we've heard that some of the companies are saying, well, the United States will not allow the goods in, but we will export them to Europe. This is the reason why we need to work together, because no country will want to kind of have goods that a country saying we will not accept them, and then we will send them someplace else. So behavior is changing. We need to be very vigilant about how we kind of monitor that behavior change, how we measure that behavior change, how we make sure that it's actually having the intended consequences. And at the end of the day, what we want to see is we all want to kind of make sure that we're stopping the exploitation of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, now it works. Okay, sorry. Yeah, thank you so much, Marta. That was very enlightening to see all the different tools actually that exist and that are available and that that can be used, and also your thought or you sharing the experience from what you saw of companies doing, changing behavior or not, and what needs to be done, and just for you also to summarize, how do you think the EU legislation and the US legislation, how can we best use these synergy, or what needs to be there to make them again effective?
That is a really big question, and I'm not sure I have all the answers. But what I can say is that we want to be able to work together. We wanted to share the resources that we have. We want to kind of share, how we do things, how we evaluate information, how we collect information. The one thing that I would say, and I think that this is a common theme from this forum, is that we have some lessons learned and perhaps good practices that I think, and sometimes they're the same, the lessons learned and the good practice. And one of them that we realized with the implementation of the forced labor import ban in the United States is that partnerships are key. We can't do this alone, and that we need civil society organizations, we need academics, we need labor unions, and we need companies that are actually doing the right thing to be at the table with us and to be able to kind of share information and to be able to kind of help us do this better. So that's one thing that we've learned from all of this that could make it more effective. A whole of government approach, and in this case, a whole of Europe approach is going to be needed. The resources, Javier, you mentioned resources that are needed. You're going to need some resources. I don't want to scare you, but even the development of the list of goods for us we started working on that list. Actually, we started back in 1999 when that executive order was first requested. That requirement actually said, develop a list of goods made with forced or indentured child labor. And then in 2005, we got a new requirement for child labor and forced labor. And it's taking a really long time to get to where we are. We have a new mandate actually that says that we have to, in addition to just naming a good in a country, we actually have to look at inputs of goods made with child labor or forced labor. So it's not just cotton, it may be now, or a garment, it may be the cotton as well. So we are doing supply chain tracing a lot more right now. So use the tools that are available to you. We have a lot of organizations sitting around the table here who are like experts on this issue, are developing a lot of tools, already have a lot of tools in the place. Rely on those tools that are out there to help both governments and companies that are trying to comply to kind of do this the right way. Identifying forced labor, tracing forced labor, monitoring forced labor. The other one, challenge and lessons learned, perhaps something that will make this more effective and more impactful, is really paying attention to remediation. We can identify an entity or a sector where child labor or forced labor is happening, but if we don't have a plan on what does actual worker-driven remediation looks like, we're going to come back next month, next year, and have to take another enforcement action. So after you take an enforcement action, before you lift that enforcement action, you have to really be able to articulate what a worker-driven remediation looks like. And for us, that means you include the workers. You include the people who are impacted and affected by that situation, and you make them part of the solution. And you make them part of any kind of due diligence effort that you're making in order to kind of make sure that it actually is effective. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. That was very useful. I'm glad I asked this question, stressing the partnerships, working with the businesses, resources, and that you also highlighted some of the good practices and lessons learned that I hope that I saw Javier taking note as well. Yeah. So, and this also gives the perfect way now to the businesses. In fact, I'm very happy that Jeff Morgan, the senior advisor for cocoa sustainability for Sugden Trading, so an international commodity trading business, is there. He has a very long-standing experience in the cocoa sector, and I wanted to outline there. So we have heard about the regulations, new ones, older ones. In the cocoa sector, there've been long efforts to address child enforced labor. Yet we still have it, unfortunately, there. So what are the challenges this sector faces? Also in terms of there have been all these efforts, now these regulations. So from your practical point of view and engaging with the farmers on the ground, what are the challenges?
Thank you, Irene. And I also, on behalf of my colleague Charlotte, want to thank Free the Slaves and Bukeni for inviting us here. It's a real opportunity to meet people who are working very hard to address these two issues: child labor and forced labor and trafficking. Just before I start, I'm not sure everybody would understand what a trading company does in the realm of cocoa. So we're a company that has presence in the major origins. We operate in 8 different countries right now. We purchase cocoa from aggregators who are then oftentimes they're the closest group to the farmer. And then we export and distribute that cocoa to our clients, the major manufacturer of chocolate brands that all of us would recognize. So that's what we do. To talk about the challenges, I want to focus my comments on the 2 largest producers in the cocoa sector. That would be Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. Although these issues that I'll describe exist in a number of the cocoa growing countries. And I think what we're learning in cocoa can certainly be applied across these types of agricultural supply chains. And you'll see this is it's unique, but I think the commodities that we use are quite unique in how they're produced. So first I want to give some more context on the cocoa sector. I want to describe the recent efforts we've been making to understand forced labor, and then conclude by discussing some of these challenges. I think we've noted a couple dates. Another date to remember is this September. It will be 24 years since the initial reports of improper child labor practices on cocoa farms in West Africa was made. This was broadcast on UK Channel 4. In the following year, in the spring of 2001, there were similar reports, and these were put in newspapers throughout the US. So that led in September of 2001 to the signing of what we call the Harkin-Engel Protocol. This is an agreement between a number of major chocolate companies and trading houses with Senator Tom Harkin and Representative Elliot Engel. And that was also then observed by the ILO and other international civil society groups, as well as major trade organizations, major trade unions. The impact of this has been questioned many, many times. However, being there, helping to craft the protocol, I'd like to say a few words about, the impact that it really has. So what did we learn from this protocol? I think it's worth saying that when that protocol was crafted, it was done with a large measure of good intent, real commitment, but also a measure of ignorance. In terms of positive intent, I've had the pleasure of working in the cocoa industry for quite a number of years, and I'm confident that throughout the industry, there's always been a desire to have cocoa cultivated and harvested without inappropriate labor practices, either for children or adults. The commitment has always been there as well. The companies and this number of companies has expanded who are making significant investments in the activities to address child labor and now the root causes of child labor. The work on forced labor has been less developed because industry felt it was necessary to focus initial efforts on child labor because of the very large number of children who were being impacted. And also because we understood early on that forced labor is much more complex and oftentimes hidden. I'll talk more about that in a bit. So given the positive intent and the commitment, and more than 20 years now at this effort, I think the question most of us in chocolate and cocoa are asked is, why do we still have child labor and forced labor in this supply chain? So that brings me back to this point about the protocol being crafted with a measure of ignorance. And that's mainly around the characteristics and the complexity of the sector as they exist in Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana. So I want to touch on a few things: the size of the sector, the characteristics of the farms and the farming families, the social services that are available or unavailable, and then the expanding nature of the sector. So in terms of size, in 2003, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire collectively had an output of about 1.2 million tons of cocoa. And that was being produced by about 1 million farming families. This was being done in an area estimated at about 150,000 square kilometers, which I did some checking, that's about 5 times the size of the Netherlands. So it's a very big, broad geographic area that's extremely difficult to travel around. Now, as we gained more experience, it was determined that the core characteristics of growing cocoa were it's grown on very small farms, typically about 2 to 5 hectares, but a very significant number of farms are under 3 hectares. Farmers, for the most part, had not been trained in cocoa cultivation, and they lacked literacy and numeracy skills. Because of this and other reasons, cocoa is produced at very, very low yields. So if you take that and other determinants of income, unfortunately, the majority of cocoa farmers are living in poverty. In terms of social services, it became apparent that school infrastructure was lacking and other services like social safety nets were all but absent, meaning the families were hard pressed to manage any shocks to their income. And so this created an environment where the need and the acceptance of children working was quite common in families and in communities. And then finally, it's noteworthy that cocoa cultivation has expanded continuously over these past 20 years. Output has grown from 1.2 million tons collectively to over 3 million tons in 2022, although that amount has started to decrease a bit. And importantly, the number of farming family has grown from that 1 million to, we estimate, at least 2.2 million farming families, so at least doubled. Now, I describe these so that you can understand some of the factors that influence children to work, but also it sets the stage for me to tell you that the companies are only able to reach a portion of these families producing cocoa. And the work we've done over the last 20 years, we're working in supply chains, and these companies' supply chains only reach, I would say, an estimated 50%, at the outside 60% of the farmers in these two countries. So there's a big gap between what we're doing and farmers who are receiving this. Now I want to talk about forced labor. And this starts by saying, based on an assessment done by Verite in 2018, as well as work done by others in civil society, we started to develop methods to make farmers and workers aware of their labor rights and to try to monitor for risk indicators. Now, the challenge with this approach is how to obtain actionable information regarding where and when an incident or the risk of forced labor is present. Since 2019, a number of companies have worked with various organizations to try to operationalize due diligence for forced labor. while we understand all the elements that are needed for due diligence, the ability to effectively assess and identify either children or adults in forced labor is proving to be a real challenge. I think the most common approach that we're seeing is to build awareness of local, regional, and national authorities about the risk factors of forced labor, and then put in place typically community-based committees whose members are trained to observe and report risk factors when they are found. Now, besides the challenge of identifying children of workers at risk, there's the need to build local capacity to address incidents of forced labor when they are found. And this is a major difference between working on child labor and forced labor. When children are found working in hazardous work or in other forms of child labor, the remediation that is brought forward is supported in most cases by the parents and by the child. So this means that we can carry out remediation with people trained in a farmer organization, with local people. On the other hand, forced labor, as we talked about yesterday, requires a very specialized skill set to address. And in many cases, the referral to a trained local group or the engagement of local law enforcement is required. The capacity to do this in the COGO sector is almost non-existent, given the size of it. So finally, in terms of challenges that we see lying ahead in the sector, but I think this is probably true in a number of sectors. For child labor, we need to close the gap in the number of households are being covered by monitoring and remediation. For forced labor, the challenge, I think, are more numerous and compelling. We need a functional system of due diligence that considers the characteristics of the sector. The challenges in cocoa, millions of small farms spread across this large geography, are real daunting to all of us in cocoa. There is a need for significant capacity building at the local, regional, and national levels so that forced labor can be effectively identified and remediated. Again, I think this was touched on yesterday, but you don't find people well-trained in addressing forced labor in the communities that we visit. And there's a need for greater collaboration among all stakeholders, as well as cross-sector collaboration. I just want to mention, I know there's been a call for collaboration, and I've heard several times more collaboration between governments, civil society, trade unions. I don't think I've heard people mention business. And I'd like to see that change, because I've been in this for a long time, and oftentimes businesses are seen as the bad guys. And when we raise issues about challenges, I've been told flat out, you're just making excuses. I think we are trying to be practical about the challenges that we face, and so I think we also need to be included. And finally, there's a need for much more funding, and I don't know the answer to that. I don't think it's something that people can just look at the manufacturers and people like ourselves and say, well, you need to fund this. It's much broader than that. So to conclude, we are in a major transition. It almost goes without saying, but cocoa and other commodities have operated for decades in a system that was voluntary in nature when it comes to carrying out activities in the supply chain. Now we're in a regulated environment, and I think there's good and some concerns about that. But it was mentioned earlier, 3 years to get this in place. That's a pretty daunting ask, and it is going to take a real effort to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. I think that was a very useful perspective to have in this discussion from somebody who has been active and has followed initiatives trying to tackle child labor and forced labor in the sector from the business perspective. And it's also very good to hear, I think, for many that this call to also involve business, because I think that many of us are also trying to do that, and maybe and then it's good to know that there are businesses really who want to who want to work with us. And do you think that now that so before, like the Harkins-Engel protocol, it was all more voluntary based approach? Now that we are entering in the next couple of years a phase where things become more mandatory, how do you think that will change? You mentioned there are challenges. You already mentioned it will be very difficult given the time frame to put this in place. How do you expect businesses to react? What would they need to transform really their business model? Will that be all? Do you have any thoughts on that? Thank you.
Yeah, it's something we talk about almost every day in our business and in others, I know. I think in one word, the impact of these regulations is motivation. It has become like the top priority in our sustainability efforts with our traders, people in country. There's just so much work going on, and that's a good thing. But I think there's a couple risks, and again, I know this is going to be talked about more. One concern we have is that there will be a lot of farmers, and we've started to see this already as we prepare for the deforestation regulation. There will be a lot of farmers and farmer aggregators, farmer groups who are compliant, but who are unable to show that they're compliant or demonstrate their compliance. And we're quite concerned about this exclusion of farmers. I hear the talk about disengagement. That's a different form of disengagement. That's a form of exclusion. And what you will see if farmer groups and their farmers are excluded, you will start to see a two-tiered pricing mechanism take place, because if you can't sell into the European Union, your price is going to get reduced. The price that is given to you for the cocoa. If we start lowering prices to people who are in poverty, then the risk of child labor and forced labor just goes right back up. So I think this needs to be given some real consideration. And then finally, we need much more detailed guidance on what is going to be an acceptable and compliant form of due diligence. Again, we're all familiar with OECD guidelines on due diligence, but in a practical nature, what does that mean if you have a supply chain? Real quickly, most of the trade that I'm familiar with will be sourcing enough cocoa, or the amounts of cocoa that equates to having a supply chain with 500 to 600, maybe 700,000 farmers in it. How do you put a due diligence system in that is representative of the risks that exist with 500,000 cocoa farmers? That's a huge part of what is keeping us up at night. So I think that is another thing that needs to be taken into account.
Thanks very much. That's we'll see how. I know that the Commission is working on the guidance, on the guidelines. Yeah, no, but I'm sure they're just putting it all on you. No, but as you mentioned, it's motivation, and I'm sure that we'll get to a place where we all develop a better understanding of what is an acceptable level, and also knowing that it cannot go from 0 to hero in a way, but there has to be like a credible but gradual upward convergence, as they like to speak about in the EU. We have run over our time, but nobody has reprimanded me, so I would still like to open the floor if that's acceptable for questions. Maybe take a couple. Yeah, I see Lois.
Hi. Thank you for all of your comments. I really appreciate it. Some conversations that we've had when we've talked to businesses about what's coming is, and particularly it was raised again in the recent second reading of the Lowly Young to Private Members Bill, which is to try and promote a similar sort of legislation in the UK, is the question around the burden on businesses and the particular costs for them to start putting these measures in place for CSDDD and for forced labour. But I'm not sure at the moment there's a real understanding of what that cost could look like for an organisation to try and implement Have you got any ideas about that and what that could look like for any company to be thinking about compliance to these?
Do you want to take it?
Again, this is something we work on every day. We do have a bit of experience, a lot of experience in implementing programs with farmer organizations. And I don't think it's giving away secrets when we negotiate with clients on the cost of cocoa. There's a big cost just with getting cocoa from each origin, and each origin has different characteristics. So there's kind of a baseline cost, and then there's what we call a premium that is meant to cover the cost of implementing, like the child labor program, other activities to help women through like VSLAs. So there's a number of things that many companies are doing. I think in round numbers, that premium can be somewhere in the neighborhood of $150 to $200 per ton. I don't think anybody has sorted out what it's going to cost to put due diligence in place. There's a lot of conversations going on, but it's not going to be free. And I think it could end up being in the neighborhood of, maybe not more than $150 a ton, but it will be significant. And again, we don't know yet, but if you know what we are doing now and that premium, it's going to go up. And I think there's going to be a lot of negotiation of who pays that. So it's a major issue. And Charlotte might want to add.
I think there are a couple of reactions, and unless it's directly related, otherwise.
Just from the same company.
Yeah, okay.
Perhaps I think what we may risk seeing as well is that some of the money that used to go to that is currently going to sustainability programs, so impact, may actually be diverted towards meeting these compliance requirements for brands and other consuming-facing companies. I think that's what we want to avoid as a trap and unintended consequences. And basically, in the systems that we put in place to ensure due diligence, we should try as much as possible to minimize the cost of data collection, which is huge because of all the farmers we're sourcing from, and maximize that of remediation. And that is something that we haven't figured out yet as a sector.
So first Jasmine, then Sophia on that.
So hello. This is a really important part of the discussion, and I think there are very, very different perspectives on this. I think the first thing to say is that, when it comes to CSDDD, there are over 100 businesses that we worked with that were calling for it. It wasn't just the European Union sort of bureaucrats and sort of us pesky NGOs, but it was 100 corporations that were calling for it. And within that, very significant chocolate players were also in that mix. And actually, quite frankly, a shout out to the likes of Tony Chocolonely, who I know aren't here, but honestly, their sort of last 11th hour efforts and their campaigning was brilliant. I think when it comes to cost, we've got to be real about this. Who pays the cost right now? Who pays the cost right now? And I don't know what the sort of profit margin is on cocoa. I don't know how this is going to affect shareholder dividends. But at the end of the day, we've got to be real about who pays the cost right now. Yes, there are things that we can do to collaborate to sort of drive that due diligence costs down, to make sure that we've got the right ways of sharing information, the right ways of learning. But quite frankly, if we've got a business model that is predicated upon exploitation, then we've got to fix that regardless as to the cost, because it's not acceptable. And I think the kind of collaboration of leaders from the field, such as yourselves, who are up at night worrying about this, and how do you balance this challenge between the workers, shareholder value, the legislation? You know, we want to work with you on that. We recognize we can't go from, you know, zero to hero overnight, and it is a deeply complex journey. But at the end of the day, I know that we'll get there if we work together. So thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Then Sophia.
Nothing is better than that response. But I just wanted to highlight that we work with businesses as well. I work directly with businesses at BICL, and it's definitely one of the main concerns. You know, costs in terms of time and people, but not because they don't want to engage in those costs, but because they have to plan it and they have to budget it, and because they have to implement, you know, and all of these, you know, this talk about costs, about money, it is important to make the implementation happen. And I just wanted to mention that the study that informed to some extent the CSDDD, the study on due diligence requirements to the supply chain, was undertaken by BICL a few years ago, and it does include an analysis of costs. So I would invite you to take a look at that one. It's obviously like an estimated cost, but it was done by a very expert specific group. So I can share the document with you, but also to highlight that the costs will be very different according to sector, according, you know, one thing is clear: the supply chains are very, very complex, and to some extent the laws are not meeting that complexity. Like, it's not really clicking there yet. So I think depending on the complexity of the supply chains and the sector, there will definitely be different costs. There's not like one answer fits all. But just to highlight that it is an important conversation that businesses need to have. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I see Davina is slowly coming closer. We may have one more question we may have. Yeah, okay, last question for you.
Thank you. For those who don't know me, I work for PICUM, the platform for international cooperation for undocumented workers. Thank you very much to the panelists for this really interesting conversation. I'd just like to going back on the idea of the engagement of workers in implementing such processes, on the fact that I feel like the idea of engaging with local trade unions and workers has been mentioned quite a lot when discussing the investigation of working conditions prior to lifting the bans. But I would just like to also reiterate that it's very important, if our aim is to eradicate forced labor and child labor, that we don't just eradicate child and forced labor in the products that are imported in Europe, but also generally that we actually create conditions to make that forced labor and child labor don't exist anymore. So I would just wanted to kind of reiterate that idea that obviously these are extremely great tools to create full leverage for workers, and if that can make workers able to put pressure on exploitative employers to end exploitative working conditions, these are amazing. But at the end of the day, these should also be used on a wide scope to erase child labor in general, not just in the products that are imported and used in the EU. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for making this extremely valuable point, also from an ILO perspective. And yeah, so I have two reactions. Jeff wanted to say something briefly, and also Marshall. So last intervention, promise.
I'll let Jeff go first, and then
I just want to comment on your intervention, because totally agree. I think one of the other challenges in cocoa is that out of those 2.2 million households, not that many actually go out and hire adult labor out of the family, non-family. Most of the labor on these farms is done by the family or related family members. So trying to find a hired labor, and when they do hire laborers, it's sporadic. You know, now there are obviously instances where someone's been brought in, has worked for months and not been paid, but trying to find that among these many households that aren't hiring labor is part of the challenge we have with due diligence. Thanks.
In the cocoa sector, so that's also a specific sector, so that
Thank you for, okay, there. Thank you for that question, for that comment. I think it's absolutely correct. And when we look at the issue, at least from the point of view of the US government, the Department of Labor, we actually do not care, at least when we're looking at identifying where child labor and forced labor is taking place, whether it is for domestic consumption or for export into the United States. So that list of goods that we have that I mentioned before that has 178 products, it doesn't differentiate whether or not those goods are intended for export or for domestic consumption. And we think that that's the right approach because you're absolutely right. And sometimes we don't even know something that we think may be for domestic consumption ends up being as part of commingle with goods that are being exported. So it's really hard, even if that's your intention, to differentiate that situation. The other thing that I would say, and we are 100% committed to worker voice, and we want to have effective worker voice. We also realize that unions are not present in every sector. There is a lot of informality that is taking place. There is a lot of issues where unions may not be there, but there are other mechanisms, there are other tools. Enforceable brand agreements are a new tool that we are kind of looking at and exploring, where companies and worker organizations and civil society organizations are partnering to actually enforce decent work in a workplace. And what we want to see at the end of the day, regardless of whether you're an immigration status or migration status, we want workers to not be exploited. We want decent work for them. We want them to be paid a fair wage. We want them to have safety and health, whether you're working in a small farm in Cote d'Ivoire or Ghana or in a factory in Bangladesh, we want the same thing for that worker. And the best way to get at that is for those workers to have voice and agency in what is happening to them.
Very briefly, I completely agree with you, and it's going to be an enormous challenge. We don't want sort of islands of good practice on a sort of, sea that's infested with sharks. But I think one of the things we're doing at Anti-Slavery International through the kind of partnerships that we've built as a part of this whole process on the CSDDD is looking at actually how you can leverage this legislation to create the kind of dialogue that is required in country to be looking at the right legislation in different countries, and indeed to be looking at the worker voice writ large, not just in relation to sort of European export supply chains. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much for these last comments of the panelists. I will close the panel here. Thank you very much for bearing with us. We went over time, but I think it was really a useful exchange. So thank you very much. And thank you to all the panelists.
Well, it's good to see this very good group. And I think rather than focus too much more on challenges, we want to try to give some thought to how we might address some of the challenges that we've talked about. Before doing that, just apologies from Javier. He was unable to join us. It was great that we had his intervention earlier. And I just want to do a quick, or ask my colleague, Charlotte, to introduce herself and just tell herself a bit.
Thank you, Jeff. Very nice to meet you, everyone, and very grateful for the great discussion we had this morning. My name is Charlotte de Munk. I'm Sustainability Manager at Sudden, so we come from the same soft commodity trading company, and I manage the implementation of our sustainability programs with farmers who are sourcing cocoa from in that organization. I've been doing so for the past 5 years, and before that I was a consultant in sustainability services. So I think Jeff, do you want to start, or should I just jump in on some of the questions we...
Let's see if we can get some other discussion.
Yeah.
I think we've kind of, I don't want to focus everything on COVID. So, as you'll see there on this round table, it says business unions and allies discussing the implications and collaboration on CSDDD and FLR. I'd be very interested to hear from anyone about how this type of collaboration can really be pursued. And one of the things I am going to talk about, I'm not talking about, just mention, is if you look at the cocoa sector, I'm not aware that in Cote d'Ivoire that there's a representative agricultural workers union in which a large number of farmers participate. There may be a small one, there may be some for very large farmers, kind of the creme de la creme, so to speak. But for other laborers, they don't seem to have representative bodies. So I'm just curious if anybody might like to comment on trying to collaborate with unions if unions don't exist. Yes, please.
Hi. Oh, that's loud. Hello. Okay, so my name is Vlad Bauer. I'm from Liberare, and I know we touched upon this a little bit yesterday as well during a round table, but I just wanted to contribute with maybe one idea that you mentioned now as well. You have unions or workers' rights associations that are literally excluding small farmers if we're talking about agricultural goods. And we've had that model also when we've seen that happening, actually, not had that model, we've seen that happening, for example, in the US, where you had small-time farmers unable to put their products in supermarkets because they were unable to pay for certifications regarding GAP or food safety and whatnot. What we've seen there, but also in Europe when we were talking about organic production and some of other private standards, such as Rainforest Alliance or some others, is other actors on the supply chain, be it traders, suppliers, whatever they might be, somehow covering that cost. And I wonder if that's sustainable and if that doesn't actually decrease the capacity of the local farmer to remain an independent actor on the market. Because I think what we need to do, or what this should lead to, is having that producer, be it farmer, you mentioned diamonds yesterday, or mining, or what other type of industries that are plagued by forced labor. We want them to eliminate forced labor regardless of if they're working with whatever trading they're working with. So that was one parallel that I think might be useful to keep in mind.
Thank you. Bukeni.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jeff and Charlotte. I think when I look at this roundtable and following up on the conversation that we had this morning, one area that I'm trying to grapple my mind in terms of collaboration is on verification. I think that was one of the challenges that Javier did mention in terms of how will they verify, how the information will be verified. And this will really require a kind of a multi-stakeholder approach, both from the ground to the EU itself, how this will be done. So I wanted to see, on a business perspective, how this collaboration can be materialized. How does it look like when it comes to verification?
Thank you. Other interventions?
Hi. Just sort of to answer your question about where unions don't exist, we have noted that there are countries as well as sectors that wouldn't acknowledge formalized unions in that way at all. And so some examples of other places where we've seen alternative options is, for example, we've just got back from Bangladesh in the garment sector, and they are, they have some worker-driven organisations that are trying to help and build capacity with workers in a I guess less formal unionised way, but just inviting them for drop-in to build some of that outside of the factories, so that they've been invited to drop-ins, to learn, to share, and there's that kind of informal setting that this CSO have developed. And the CSO are also then engaging with the factory owners and encouraging them to support like worker participation committees. And obviously that model will look a particular way because they're all maybe within even the same building or the same area, which you talked about, kind of separate farms spread out over a large area. But it seems that the space for these sorts of CSOs to help organise in other ways and help with some of those negotiations and conversations between workers and, managers, buyers, whatever the next stage in the chain has been quite an important way of being able to give them a voice in that area. And the same goes, they've also engaged with home-based workers, which would be a more similar environment. So the home-based workers are equally invited to join in with that, and we've learnt a lot from that, but just an observation there.
Yeah, it's working. I think you asked actually the million-dollar question, because organizing farmers has been one of the most difficult tasks that is for trade unions that has been there. It's very difficult to organize farmers, so we need to come up with alternative ways to organize them. Looking at from just a project perspective, that can be difficult, because when you look working in a multi-stakeholder initiative, you need to make sure that the person who is sitting there is really representing a large group of farmers and not just a small group. What we are now looking at is to see how can we use certain aspects that are based in smallholder farming areas to use that to organize farmers. That can be like the VSLAs can be used for that, to organize farmers, but also to make sure that a cooperative is really representing farmers' interests. That's not always the case. So all those but make sure that there is sufficient representation from farmers within there. And therefore it's important that trade unions also are included in the work in the informal sector. Trade unions tend to be left out in that discussion, also for member interest, of course. But we need to see how that can be done, and therefore the discussion or the collaboration between CSOs and trade unions on how to do that is really key. Otherwise, you will not get there, because it's a long process. And I fully get your point, because farmers' organizations are almost never included in all those kind of discussions. And it's really a key point.
Maybe I'm missing something. I find it difficult to imagine a business entity trying to support farmers organizing. And so is that the question here? Is because I think there are workers' rights and farmer rights organizations, and I understand maybe in the country and the sector that you're talking about, there isn't. But there are organizations that support workers to learn how to organize themselves. And that would be a partnership, whether I imagine, more of the multinational corporations partnering with some foundation that provides grants to create and support worker or a farm workers association to develop. Like that has been done in Florida, the Coalition of Immokalee Workers, for example. They've done that to ensure fair pricing on tomatoes. So I think it's that this is where the partnership and the collaboration comes in, is finding the local organizations that maybe say, hey, I know you're doing this in that industry. Can you support organization of farmers in this? Because if you're just trying to survive, like they're in poverty, people can't organize because they're just trying to put food on the table. So I think this, for me, is expanding our ideas about who is leading the work and how we're supporting that work to happen.
Yeah, so this isn't my area of expertise, but I was really fascinated by your interventions yesterday. So I was doing a bit of research yesterday evening after that talk. I don't think there is a big history of trade unions in Ghana, but there is a long history of cooperatives being established, and that's a really good model of cooperation. Now, in Ghana particularly, I know that's been very politicized over the years. It's been a bit of a checkered history. They were banned at one point, but it seems to be on the rise again. And again, not my sort of expert knowledge, but I know with the African regional standards that were adopted around cocoa farming, there is potentially a requirement for businesses to engage with cooperatives. So, it's tapping into existing networks, but I think that's the intervention. But there's a question for you and there's a question for the wider group, I guess, as well. The issue with the cooperatives, and particularly in Ghana, I know that there's also a tradition of sharecropping, or the abusa sharecroppers. So there's a sort of informal workforce that operate, that can't be regulated, and probably are the ones that are most at risk of exploitation. They're excluded from those cooperative networks because it's informal employment. So there's already a huge marginalized workforce that are excluded from current practices. So just wanted to know, one, your experience of working with cooperatives, if you have done, and what that experience has been like. And do you feel that that's an appropriate system for you to engage with, to develop in co-produced due diligence frameworks for your business through that network? But then also for the wider group, about how we include excluded groups already, like those marginalized workforce.
Charlotte, do you want to, you've got the most experience working with the co-ops, but it'll be in Cote d'Ivoire. Do you want to touch on some of that? You were talking this morning about the informality.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, I think as we were pointing out, in the cocoa sector, we're dealing with a very informal employment practices and working practices in general. So there is this sharecropping example, but even for, workers working on the farm, there are very few cases where you actually have a written contract. So that's one key characteristic of our sector. And I think that's where the challenge is how do we, assess and identify risks of forced labor when the risk indicators do not necessarily match what's going on at the local level. So I think this is where we're trying to figure out what would be effective risk indicators, considering in dynamic farmer database, so farmer base, basically. Farmers, as we were saying, they're free to sell to whomever they want. It's a free market, and they shouldn't be, unable to sell to other buyers, offering a better price because of certain due diligence regulations, etc. So we need to ensure that's the case, and then we also need to ensure that we are effective, that we account for that level of informality. So once we have defined a methodology to assess those risks effectively and accounting for the specific characteristics, I think then, we can effectively target those farming households where the risk is. Right now, we're a bit lost as to how can we actually identify those risks? Risk indicators are not necessarily obvious in this context. So I'll stop here.
Talking about farming, there's always going to be farmers that are not unionized. There's always going to be a level of informality. And also, I don't think there is a need, or I wouldn't say there's a need for new forms of organizing for the farmers, because you already have a pressure from the market to create associations or forms of working together for the farmers to address a lot of other issues. Access to more accessible inputs, access to market, access to logistical chains, so on and so forth. So instead of recreating a form of association, maybe one way of looking at it would be to just go on the existing infrastructure of ecosystem of associations and or forms of organizing for the farmers and start there. And we can apply a framework of human trafficking indicators to that specific context and to that specific market. Like you mentioned, there's a level of informality, there's a level of farming that will never, or until they will grow enough, they will not access that co-op. They will not access any type of association. And oftentimes, and I've seen that in Romania, they just don't want to. And that's a very big elephant in the room. Some farmers don't want to be in any co-op, regardless of how big, small, or good that is.
Bukani?
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. I think there is quite some examples that we can learn from, even in the context of Ghana itself. First, even if you look at the sector such as gold mining, in most cases you'll find these gold minings, they are led by kind of what you call small-scale mining, which is artisanal mining. The forms of organization there is the cooperative. We have experience in the fishing, which also was mostly informal and also small scale. So what we find there, they don't have cooperatives, but they have collectives. And these collectives are per village. Of course, the politicization of all of this is very high in the context of Ghana. But this is really, they are quite very well organized because they are led by, in the case of fishing, they are led by those kind of traditional leaders. They actually represent these collectives. So they will be the one that speaks for them wherever it is, the police or the government, even they are invited by the government. They are also informal. They are not kind of a form of collective that has, all the status that's required by law, but really organically they represent kind of groups of fishers. So this could there could be kind of existing systems that one can learn from, which is not the same as in the cocoa, because the context is different. Is the government that fixes the price, and all of that is government very heavily controlled, while in the sector of fishing, there is less government hand in all whatever it is being organized. But there is definitely something that can be learned from Ghana itself, especially because some of these sectors are very much informal sectors.
Further comments? Brooke? Do you need a...
Thank you. I wanted to say, coming from Florida, the industries that dominate the labor trafficking industry there are being sort of squeezed out, and a lot of the workers, especially in agriculture in Florida, which is large for labor trafficking, are having a lot of challenges because of the new law passed regarding e-verification And so the exploitation is rising, especially around like strawberries and blueberries and other agriculture. And so I'm wondering, just based on the US as a whole, are there some things that, just for the group, that we can do organizationally, especially legislation in Florida to assist?
Just on that particularly, there's been some studies into Florida's tomato growers, and there's some great ones around the Immokalee workers, which is a very worker-driven kind of collective. And I think we've been trying to, adopt that sort of fair food program that they've initiated into other sectors, including fishing around Europe and things like that. So I think that's a good example to look at, and that seems to be something that, has been successful for the point of view of the workers as well as the market. So I think that's an interesting follow-up for that. And yeah, I'll stop there. I had a couple more examples of where we can, I really appreciate Kenny's kind of reminder of the cultural context of the organization, even just within kind of communities and villages and leadership in that way. We do have other examples around the world, particularly in that community way. And I know that the anti-slavery sector has, for example, worked with villages where, the whole village has been involved in generational bonded labor in brick kilns. And, there's been initiatives where organizations will go and support that whole village together to work on, communicating and bargaining, with the owners, and everything from kind of considering their financial income streams and things like that. And another organization I worked with indigenous communities in Peru, in the Andes, who work on textiles crafts. And there's interesting models I observed there about, again, where, supporting the villages to actually continue the practices of, and what had been a normal income stream for those communities for a long, long time, was then getting slightly destroyed by all sorts of tourist things. And it was an initiative to try and help them say, well, how can we help you continue that way of life? And there was training involved for those communities, for individual leaders to be elected to take on certain roles. And that, for some of them, there did need to be some literacy and some, budgeting skills and all sorts of things like that were managed. But within those communities, they've seen a number of villages now go from kind of having no organization around those trades into ones that now are organized within their village, have, leaders and a system by which they kind of support each other, and that together then they can access the global market through products that are being produced through that. So I think there are examples from different sectors and from different countries where that's happening at a community, within organic community systems, as Bukeni put it, rather than sort of thinking about, formalized, work in the way that we often think about in terms of unions. Again, particularly where unions are discouraged or difficult to access, or kind of members-only schemes or whatever else comes with them. So it's just a few other examples that come to mind.
I just wanted to really add to it's not just the agricultural industry, but absolutely tourism, hotels, restaurants, very, very massive in Florida, California, obviously in Dubai as well. How and what are you all doing around those industries?
I just wanted to echo what it's been said, and I think when we're looking for lessons from other sectors, we might want to find something to replicate. But I think what we are hearing, if I'm hearing correctly, is that it's all very context specific. Like everyone wanted to replicate the Fair Food Program, right? But it was under very specific circumstances. And then we hear from Bukeni as well that there is this organic type of organizing in specific sectors, such as the fishing and the mining. So I think the lesson might be not the one we want to hear, which is, here you go, implement this. It's more like, I think there needs to be a lot of effort in innovation, in engaging with the cultural background and the people that are there to find the specific way that will work for you and for that sector. So it's a very, very challenging thing to do. But I think that's what we're learning. Instead of going top down, is trying to discover, from the roots up what you could do.
Great point. So for example, tourism and agriculture are unique in a sense that they have seasonality of workforce, where you don't have that in any other big industries, so to speak, or maybe on a lesser term. And where you have seasonal workers, now that's a category of workforce that's highly susceptible to forced labor. And we come back to building capacity within the supply chain and within the employer to eliminate forced labor, be it in seasonal workers, day workers, or permanent employees. I'm sorry. So that's 100% correct. I feel you have bespoke solutions to industries, but based on a few guiding principles that transcend industries. Because we have indicators that apply from medical workers, for example, to mining industry. But applying them and deploying the set of indicators requires a very bespoke solution. Mining in Africa looks totally different from mining in the US. And forced labor in Europe in vegetable production basins looks completely different from forced labor on a cocoa plantation, I'm sure. So yeah, we have a key guiding principles that we should use, and definitely I think going with a bespoke solution and deployment of those solutions is the right way forward.
No, that's really helpful, and I think that we've been repeating throughout this conference some of those principles around like listening to those affected communities, and some of those things that should be carried through in those. I've just lost my train of thought. No, that's really helpful. The other comment you made about even seasonality of workers. A colleague was recently visited a country which has is a source country for labour for seasonal work in the UK. And what was interesting was observing good recruitment practice. And obviously this doesn't apply in the same way where people are working within their own communities rather than moving. But some of the, again, principles which could be applied was around actually the employers, but also the countries. So the agencies or purchasers of that, in this case, labor rather than a product, were involved in educational opportunity. Yeah, when they went to do these education opportunities to say, actually, if you want to engage in this market, and in this case it was, want to be a candidate for work for this coming season, here are some things you can understand about your rights within that. Here are some of the things you should understand about what a contract could look like. Here are some of the risks around, false promises and such. And actually, when they worked with, in this country, I think they had a representative from the Department of Labour involved in those recruitment opportunities, which meant that they were also were actively involved. And I think that's where the kind of national governance is quite helpful to say, they were able to say, here are some, safe and pre-vetted labour opportunities, as well as some ones where we've seen these are kind of indicators of problems. And there was also a comment that came out of that visit around once the workers came to the UK and were working then on farms, actually what would it look like if you've got like many labourers working across, and again this is slightly different from your kind of family small holding farms, but if you're kind of working on this slightly larger industry scale, how to support them in working or having a voice within their own farm. And there were certainly some barriers and some education for those farm owners and growers to help them understand that actually engaging with the voice of their own workers was important, and what organisation of that could look like. Yeah, I'll stop there because I'll lose my train of thought. Diane.
No, I forgot already.
Oh. So I'm from Vietnam, so I would like to share a little bit of Vietnam context, a little bit about the child labor in the. So most of the children, I mean, the child labor in the garment factory, manufactories, and even like even like you know about the migration issues in the UK and in the EU countries, the children, the undocumented migrants from Vietnam pay a lot of money from Vietnam to Europe countries and then go to the UK and forced labor in cannabis farm. So many children there, but like back to the child labor, when you mentioned about, I would like to share about that, like like for the children, so many they from the Mekong Delta or different countryside, they move to their family, and even like the family, the parents took the children, brought the children to the big city for working, but like sometimes they use they use the ID of their older sister or brother to apply for the job in the factory. Sometimes the HR or the recruitment agency, the HR in the factory, they accept that. So that's why, based on our experience when we conduct the training in factory and for supply chains, we work on that, and so we know that. So we train for the manager and the HR manager about that, for how to identify, how to because the ID, so the birth certificate in Vietnam very the Vietnamese, the Asian look similar, so sometimes they cannot recognize, and sometimes they accept that, they know that, but like they still accept that because they need the worker, but like they use the children for working in the garment, most of them in the garment factory. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Were there other interventions?
Yeah, I just wanted to make, I'm going to play devil's advocate because I mentioned about the cooperatives earlier, but I know, particularly in the African context, a lot of the cooperatives and the NGOs, CSOs that operate on the ground are actually external organisations. So I wish Dr. Johannes was here, because we're going to talk about decolonising that process. It actually still doesn't mean that those workers have agency or input because it's externally led. So trying to make this more tangible for you, because this probably sounds even more scarier than you were anticipating about the extent of work. But I think really coming back to the point that Bukeni made about using informal networks. And the starting point is actually identifying who they are, using contacts that you now have with friends and partners, and having a conversation with them about how do we do this? Because the geography and the volumes that you're talking about, we're talking about 1 million farmers. I mean, that's, you know, quite a piece of work. But absolutely then, there are models out there about how you capacity build your organisation, but also that worker pool. There's a great organisation in India called CORD, and India's massive, yeah, regionally massive, and we're talking about millions of people. It's CORD, I can't remember, something about Organisation for Rural Development, and they've actually worked in thousands of rural, very rural communities to capacity build that. Now, also recognising that there's root causality around why this happens. That isn't your responsibility to solve the poverty or the lack of education. You certainly have a part to play as being a responsible business, but there is also a state level responsibility there. So really important that you get people in the government on board, because this is going to impact not just your business, but actually X percentage of the GDP of Ghana. If this comes, you know, as it will come to pass in the next 3 years, other businesses being impacted. So identifying relevant state actors that you need to take on this journey, and actually setting those boundaries of what you're able and willing to do, and actually what responsibility they're going to take to support their citizens and their workforce.
Maybe, oh, go ahead.
This conversation, I 10 years ago worked for a UK-based charity that funded a Ghanaian chocolate cooperative, and they're called Kwapa Cocoa, and I just looked them up because it's been a while, and they're going strong, and they have over 100,000 members, local farmers. They're in central Ghana,
and they have over 100,000 members, and they have a child labour awareness programme, and they co-own Divine Chocolate, who if you're UK you probably know. So that may be an organisation to connect with, to kind of see what they've done, because I can remember from 10 years ago that they had a model of reinvesting, so children were going to school and not on the farms all the time. And so it looks like it's kind of really well kind of developed and quite established. They have AGMs, they're very involved in decision making and kind of the future of the business and where the profits go, and maybe that'd be someone to connect with.
Yeah, thanks for that reminder. I think, I know we also do business with them. They're large enough that they work with a number of different suppliers. So it is a good point of contact. Thanks. Brock?
Yeah, thank you. Just want to go back to your original question, because it's good to have all kinds of examples, but you need to translate that in a way that farmers are at the table when you have discussions with them. And because that is the key point. When you work in this kind of environment, you need to make sure that farmers are at the table and have that kind of discussions with you. And every country is really specific on that, and there are all kind of cultural differences. But having representation there is the key where you need to go to. And all kinds of models we have heard here right now, they have that kind of possibility, but they are not there yet because they're too small to actually make sure that farmers are representative. Where there is an example from India, which is now a little bit more like the CSO, but also a trade union, the SEWA, Self-Employment Women Association, who works in the informal sector, who organize women who producing garment for international brands, but they're all home-based workers. And that is a kind of organization that is large enough you can have at the table that can represent a larger group of women who work in that sector. And that is the example we need to look for. So how can we make sure that all those examples we've seen here can grow into something bigger, that is big enough that the representatives really can say, okay, we represent a larger group of farmers. Because if they are not, then it becomes very difficult to have that conversation on that scale. So,
thanks. Go ahead.
I could like to share a little bit how we concerned about the child labor prevention in Vietnam. So this is the Vietnamese. This is the Vietnamese handout in when we conduct the training, the outreach in the vocational training school for the young for the youth. But like you can here look like the passport. But like how we try to provide the reliable information before they make decision, and even like they have the right to they know that their right to when they apply or a job in Vietnam, something like that. We prepare for them before they make decision they move to the big city.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is a very amazing discussion here, and I think it's very interesting. And what I wanted to say actually, because yes, as our colleague earlier said, it's easy to actually work these things out. Maybe when you are within the EU, the US, and where things work, and of course things, as we know. But when it comes to other parts of the world, these are things that can be very difficult to implement. So I think one of the best practices actually should be involving local communities, leaders, rural leaders of different local areas. Because for example, I'll use Africa as an instance. Each rural areas have their chief or local heads. And whatever they say is actually implemented or abide to. So for us to be able to tackle the issue of labor trafficking, we have to start from the grassroots, like from those villages, rural areas, communities, and we have to go through the leaders, like the heads of such communities. That is the way to raise awareness, because this really, there has to be lots of awareness, because most time, these things are talked about, or unions, most of the unions are in big cities. They are not in the rural areas or the communities. And the issue here is that most workers or the children that are being trafficked are brought from the rural areas to the city to work. Sometimes a family member or a friend might say, oh, please, mother, because some people might have a lot of children, say, I want to help take care of your child, just give me your child. And they take them to the city. And the parents there, they don't know what the children are actually doing in the city. So there have to be programs or things put in place whereby there will be rural outreaches, whereby, I don't know, like if it's going to be brochures or anyhow, like just to raise awareness in those communities where, places that are not developed, places that they don't have, many of them are not even educated. So even if they are brought to cities, they don't even know their rights, they don't know, and they just want to get something at least to feed or take care of their families. So most time they are victims because they don't know, so I think when we start raising this awareness from the grassroots level, then we'll be able to tackle more issues regarding the child trafficking. So involving everybody is the key. Yeah, so involving everyone is actually the key. And lastly, also, to put, I don't know this, I just thought of it now, but I don't know if it makes sense, but don't worry. But I felt like maybe there should be something like, is it like Farmer Advisory Council or some kind of, that gets involved in the rural level, community level. So if we are able to establish this in every community, then it is easy to actually carry the people along. So I don't know if it makes sense, but that was my own thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Tahan. And just to follow that and echo what David said yesterday, how much time it takes to do that well. And one thing we have to be conscious of in trying to do any of this is that investment of time, and we can't be in this for a short term, but a long term. And you know that well, I'm sure, as you've been talking about, the last 20 plus years of investment here. But just a reminder of that investment.
Sophia, did you have an intervention?
Yeah, I just wanted to say those were wonderful words. And I think she has a very good point in that we usually think we have to do all the work, but then people always organize. We as humankind, as human beings, we have been organizing since ever. That's why we have prospered in the way that we have. It's just that it looks in different ways. And if we're not open to see that, then we might not see how that organizing is happening. But there's always leaders in every community, in every village, there's always leaders. And like she said, if you identify those leaders, then a lot of the work can be done by them and through them. It's not like we have to arrive as typical white Western people and, we're gonna train you and, develop your capacities. It's also about just using the frameworks that they already have, their own organization, and channeling your efforts through them, I think. So I just wanted to echo that. Yeah.
Thanks. In the 5 or 6 so minutes we have left, just a quick change of pace. At the break, I was discussing with Natasha that, it's almost gotten lost on people, but people are right now focused on the EUDR, which is only a few commodities, whereas due diligence and forced labor is everything. I hear the term a lot about cross-sector collaboration. The one speaker mentioned we need to include everyone, which I agree with. But that's somewhat easier said than done. I wonder if anybody has any suggestions, like about who could convene a group of interested, like cross-sector organizations. Like in Cote d'Ivoire, there's cashew production, there's coffee production, there's cotton production, there's gold mining, and there's cocoa, just to name a few. I'm sure there's a lot of others. But we haven't been successful in pulling that group together. And I'm just wondering if any thoughts come to mind about how would you go about convening cross-sector organizations in a manner where they're feeling represented.
I'll pass you a second. Just my main comment is there's, again, as we've said, there's always CSOs operating in every community in some way or another, and quite often they're working cross-sector, and they kind of look at a location or a city or a region, and to support and empower organizations that are probably already in those places. And sometimes we've worked with like one who, we work with them only with one specific sector, but actually when we tap into that, we realize how many connections they already have. And that has to be kind of, they're often, again, self kind of generated from those communities, a lot of those, but those, I think CSOs are there, and being able to kind of find resource and support those to help enable that within its specific regional context or community context is be helpful. Go on.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it depends. What is the purpose of the collaboration, right? So all collaborations have a purpose, right? Some are perhaps for trying to help you meet your goals and objectives. Others are for the purposes of dissemination. Others are for the purposes of capacity building. Others are for the purposes of trying to help you really get a great buy-in in the community. And so it just depends. So you define what you want. I think once you define what you want, then to get them is not hard. Usually you just need to get one or two, and then you snowball and you get other people. So there is no like big formula out there. And actually it's very interesting because we just published a chapter on cross-sectoral collaboration. So I'm going to send you the chapter if you want to read. But after you read the chapter, you'll be like, I think I can do this without reading that chapter. Maybe it was just a waste of time reading the chapter. But actually, we do have some frameworks actually in that chapter. For real, I'm going to send you that chapter on, the topic is cross-sectoral collaboration, how to do it, what to do. Yeah, so you define what you want and why you want it. If you meet 1, 2, or 3, you'll get others. And the other thing is that how large do you want it, right? You don't want, so I know you're saying we should work with everybody, but I don't think everybody here works with everybody. I don't know anybody here who works with everybody. No, but yeah. So, you just want then to, so once you define what you want, and then you'll know whom you want, and because sometimes if there are too many, then, it's like, so then if there are so few, then other people feel excluded once they begin to say you. And then I think after that, it is good once in a while to be in the media, just to let people know what you're doing, to be in the media, to let people know what you're doing. So the media is a very great partner. So for me, in our case, we found that in Sierra Leone, that the media is fantastic. And I know this, I think the civil society does well with the media. The government is one that usually has issues with the media sometimes, right? But the civil society does well with the media. So that's what I'll say. But I'll send you the book chapter on cross-sectoral collaboration.
I think we have time for one last final intervention next to those
I just wanted folks to know about Forge, which is Funders Organized for Rights in the Global Economy. Loudest Foundation is a part of that, and they're focused on both the E and S and ESG, and they would, I think, be a good collaborator and partner on a convening. But I think I echo what Dr. Okesh has said, is just making sure that we have a focus for that convening.
Well, thank you, everyone. I'll try and summarize when we reconvene after lunch, but I think lunch is ready. So, great. Thank you again. Really appreciate the interventions by everybody.
He's based here, right?
And now we're moving on to our presentation and panel discussion, the opportunities and unintended consequences of global regulatory measures for emerging markets and developing economies. So over to you guys. You have your...
Thanks very much. My name is Justin Bedford, and I'm the UK's modern slavery envoy. And my role is to engage with all of you and colleagues from organisations similar to yours, with states, with business, with academia, to understand better the phenomenons of modern slavery and human trafficking, and to advocate for change. It's been a great programme so far, and what I've really enjoyed is the way that it's progressed from a sort of general overarching conversations down to the more specific and to the practical level. And what we've just heard from some of our feedback has been really useful in just sort of recalling where we need to be going in terms of research. From the UK's perspective, addressing knowledge and evidence gaps is a real priority for us. It's a kind of principle that's embedded into all of the UK government's international programming work. The Foreign Office, FCDO, has funded several independent research projects on different dimensions of modern slavery and human trafficking, and we work closely with a number of research bodies to understand the drivers of modern slavery. So it's great to see colleagues here from MSPEC, from the Modern Slavery Policy and Evidence Centre, and from the Rights Lab and other institutes at today's event. This session will, as Davina was saying, be covering one of the research projects that we funded in the last financial year of 2023 to 24, and it looks at the impact of regulatory forces on emerging markets and developing economies. So we're going to structure it in two halves, a game of two halves. In the first half, we'll have a presentation from Natasha Young from our Modern Slavery and Business and Human Rights team, and she'll take us through the findings of the project that was carried out by researchers from the 58 organisation. And then in the second half, we'll have a short, structured panel discussion with four colleagues who have direct experience of how regulatory measures are impacting their respective business sectors. I'll name them now, and they're Pauline Watine, Emmanuel Arthur, Martin Mariuki, and Apollo Chiari. Now, they'll be joining us through the miracle of technology online, and we'll see them on the screen later. And I'll introduce them properly then, once Natasha has concluded her presentation. So with no further ado, I'll hand over to Natasha now.
Thanks, Justin. Is this working? Hello? Sorry, can I have your mic? Thank you, Justin. I'd like to echo Justin's remarks there. It's been a pleasure being in yesterday's session and today's session as well, hearing the remarks from different actors in the room and learning from you all about what's happening in this space. And I'm really pleased today that we're able to share our report that we commissioned the last financial year that explores regulatory measures and its impact in emerging markets and developing economies. This piece of research has not been published yet, so you as audience members will be the first to have the insight of what's been collected and some of the findings and trends from this piece. So I'm very pleased that I'm able to share this with you today with the permission from 58. Need to control the slides. So in my presentation, I will be setting out the context of why we commissioned this piece of research. What is it that made us think about some of the conversations around regulatory measures. I'll be also setting out the methodology for the piece of research, how this was commissioned and how this was conducted, and the key sort of research questions that were involved in the study. Then I will be going through the juicy part, so the key findings themselves. You'll find actually that we've spoken a lot today about some of the trends here, so some of the findings might be unsurprising to you today. And then I'll be setting out a little bit about what should be done about this, and then some next steps about the research itself. And then we can hand over to the panel discussion. So setting the context. Well, today we've set out, well, we're all aware of what's going on across different states with implementation of regulatory measures. We're seeing CSDDD coming into place, that's now been signed off. We've seen forced labor trade import bans being implemented. We've seen other forms of regulatory measures, the Modern Slavery Act. We've seen the French and German due diligence laws as well as examples of mandatory human rights due diligence. There are a whole array of different kinds of regulatory measures. Those are not exclusive examples. Certifications as well fall within this bracket, ESG frameworks. So we have this all in mind. There's a collective example of what's being implemented by different states. And with the landscape of regulatory measures ever evolving and provisions varying quite widely across different states, we've observed that the evidence and effectiveness collectively of these regulatory measures is still evolving and remains limited. So in recent years, we've received signals from businesses suggesting that provisions could potentially be really powerful tools, emerging provisions and existing ones. But signals have also highlighted that there may be a risk of unintended consequences for those in emerging markets and developing economies. And we've received those signals today in conversations at the forum today as well. As a part of our job as policy thinkers, we wanted to understand a bit more about what these signals were suggesting, especially because there isn't a whole lot of evidence sort of demonstrating this. Some of the signals that we received, for instance, suggested that there may be a risk of regulatory measures discouraging businesses from investing, financing, and sourcing, establishing new ventures, and expanding to new territories. We hypothesized that perhaps this might be due to a fear of reputational damage, punitive legal consequences, a fear around that, goods being held up in customs, administrative burdens, the difficulty of supplying the required operational compliance data. So those were sort of our hypotheses. Understanding the impact here is really important for our ambition and a commitment to meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly with SDG 8 in mind on decent work and economic growth. So, yeah, we're hoping that the findings of this research will help generate conversations today and put will contribute to the knowledge around what's happening around regulatory measures and the unintended impacts around this, so that we can think about emerging markets and developing economies and what is happening on the ground there, and keeping keeping stakeholders and people at the bottom of the supply chain in mind. So I'm going to move on to talk about the methodology of this research. So to explore some of these themes further, we funded a research organization known as 58, who specialize in modern slavery and forced labor and supply chains research. And they helped provide us with the stronger evidence base through our commissioned research. They did this through a series of consultations and interviews with relevant policy and industry stakeholders in Kenya, Ghana, and the DRC. A total of 57 interviews took place in Ghana and Kenya, and the consultations ranged by sector and stakeholders, you can see in the table and bar graph. The research involved the development of research tools, context analysis, and country, the interviews themselves, consultations, and a validation workshop to reaffirm the findings. The final report will also include an analysis on the DRC, but for the purpose of today's presentation, the findings from the DRC has not been included. We currently don't have them available, so I'm only sharing findings from Ghana and Kenya today, as the DRC findings are not yet ready. But the research project had 4 main research questions, which were explored in the consultations. The first question was, what is the level of awareness and knowledge of regulatory measures, and what are the local impacts of emerging regulations and existing regulations and supply chain due diligence and responsible sourcing? Are the new requirements seen as an advantage / opportunity? The second research question was, what are the unintended consequences of global regulatory measures on the progress towards SDG 8 and reducing human rights abuses, both from existing regulations and emerging instruments? The third research question was, what are the local initiatives, including those by government, business associations, and CSOs in responding to the supply chains due diligence regulations? What initiatives are already having or demonstrating potential for positive impact? And then the final research question was, what are the challenges and opportunities of aligning local legislation, policy, and business responses in international standards and requirements and emerging global regulations? So I want to go through the key findings here, and in response to the first research question about knowledge and awareness, we found an overall trend that actually knowledge remains to be limited, but is growing on regulatory measures. Knowledge of regulatory measures varies significantly across sectors and stakeholders. Most stakeholders involved in the interview process were aware that legislation exists, but their main focus remained to be on certifications, including ones from the ILO conventions, as well as focusing on local laws. You can see on the slide as well a list of regulatory measures that were referenced in the interviews. However, as well, it was noted in some of the interviews that companies are not doing business in markets because they're struggling to keep up with the knowledge of requirements. Knowledge of regulatory measures appears to be better in bigger companies, but knowledge here shouldn't be taken for granted. Knowledge was also demonstrated in various ways. For example, local producers reported putting policies in place to address human rights risks in response to some of the regulations. Local producers, for instance, implemented policies on sustainability for the implementation of the SDGs, policies on sexual harassment, child protection, gender diversity, and grievance mechanisms. Some interviewees reported collecting data on labor standards, farming practices, and the rights of children, and collated this in annual reports in response as a way of responding to the regulatory measures. One local producer also reported putting in place a committee to address human rights impacts and providing capacity building for their workers through training so that they knew how to address issues as they arise. Another interviewer noted that factories now have programs in place for workers' education on existing provisions and upcoming ones. According to several stakeholders in the interviews, implementation of human rights standards is now implemented not just to comply, but has been critical to producers' operations. So I want to move on to the next research question, which was around the unintended consequences of regulatory measures. What I've done with the data that was presented was categorize it into 4 different sort of categories here. So the first trend that was found in the data was that there was an issue around the cost of compliance. Local producers reported that ensuring compliance with certification is expensive. They highlighted that they are prevented from increasing the costs of production as they will lose customers, but at the same time they are required to pay for audits and prove compliance with human rights standards. One local producer said this usually means they will have to choose which customers to focus on, and each customer will require them to comply with different requirements. Alternatively, producers are required to ask for higher prices for their products to accommodate for costs. International buyers in the study reported only sourcing from certified suppliers. The research found that this can be a cost burden on small producers, which one interviewee said is likely to increase as new regulation requires more precise data collection, creating additional administrative burdens as things will, quote unquote, eventually slip through the net. Local producers are also required to cover the costs of certification and compliance. Ensuring minimum wages are covered was flagged as a key risk within the sector as well by some interviewees. It was also reported that some local producers are not currently do not have designated departments or people in charge to checking the compliance, as this would be too expensive. The second unintended consequence that was raised or that was identified within the data was this point about the confusion of compliance. All of the interviewed suppliers said that they struggled to understand how to show that they were implementing human rights requirements. Local stakeholders noted that the increased number of human rights standards, both from local and global legislation certification, has led to a confusion and lack of clarity of what is actually required of them. This was found across all sectors, particularly where the production requires several steps and all facilities needed to be certified. In the coffee sector, this issue was exacerbated by the fact that production of coffee requires several steps, including pulping and milling, and that each facility needs to be certified. Another interviewee noted that the access to certification was only rendered possible by joining larger cooperatives, which provided support on meeting the requirements. The third direct unintended consequence that was identified in the data was this point about accessing European markets. Strict requirements can prevent smallholders from accessing certain markets, particularly in the EU or other European countries. For example, one company noted that in the future, farmers may be required to provide geolocations of where their commodity comes from, which may pose additional challenges. Traceability is also hindered by the fact that the coffee sector and other commodities depend on middlemen between the smallholder farmers and the buyers exporting the product to international markets. Commodities will go through brokers and auctions before reaching the buyer, which then creates an issue around transparency and a disconnection with certification. Because of the presence of auctions and middlemen, the final export markets often vary in production. Separately, other interviewees noted that their main buyers are currently within the EU and US, but they're now looking to sell to the Middle East and China to keep the cost of production lower, as costs trying to comply with European requirements is far greater. Then a fourth unintended consequence was identified in the data, and this point was around the fear of heavy penalties. Both buyers and producers noted that human rights issues are often not reported for the fear of disengagement or to obtain certifications at all costs. Local producers reported that they need to understand the limits of non-compliance, which is often linked to a lack of understanding on the part of local producers of disengagement approaches by international buyers. So I want to move on to two case study examples that were presented in the interviews around how regulatory measures has sort of interacted with local contexts and cultures, which applies to our third research questions about local initiatives. It was shown that local stakeholders in the research, particularly in Ghana and in the apparel and cocoa sectors, found that there are gaps in the way that human rights standards stemming from legislation, both on certifications, are implemented and how they account for local cultures and contexts. And actually the voices of workers from the bottom are not always accounted for when it comes to implementing regulations. There were two case study examples showing this point, as the perception from interviewees was that the cost of compliance is high and does not allow for nuance, which exacerbated a fear of repercussion for not complying with measures. So two case studies proved, or sort of not proved, demonstrated this. So the first was in the apparel sector, where in some interviews, local manufacturers noted that flexible working hours and the possibility to bring children to the workplace are usually key elements for female workers who are responsible for childcare. Women workers had been asking employers for flexible working hours and for this possibility to bring their children to the factory floor to help address childcare issues, as acquiring childcare can otherwise be too expensive and not possible. Many requirements will of course take into account the child labour issues that could arise from this and the health and safety measures of the factory floor, and will therefore forbid children from accompanying their mothers. Interviewees pointed that the compliance does not allow for that nuance of accommodating childcare issues, so that female workers who do not have alternative childcare arrangements are therefore have no choice but to leave employment. Local companies therefore had prioritized not putting, ensured that they were not being found at risk of being non-compliant, rather than building in systems to comply with the certifications and at the same time adapt to the local context by building in a mechanism to accommodate for childcare systems. Other gender-related issues were also flagged across the interviews as an area where there's a gap between international requirements and local practice. One interviewee noted that sexual harassment remains to be a huge taboo in their country, which means it's difficult to identify cases of sexual harassment and actually address them. The second case study example was this point about Muslim workers. During the interviews, it was flagged that the regulations meant that some factories were implementing fixed working hours with fixed breaks, and that meant that Muslim workers were unable to take breaks to pray throughout the day from when they needed to pray. These fixed hours were implemented as a way of adhering to the compliance requirements. Local stakeholders across all sectors also flagged that this would be the case for new legislation, that the more legislation that comes in, the less flexibility they will have to show compliance, meaning that they will have to abandon traditional ways of accommodating to their local contexts and local cultures. So these interviews demonstrated the need to ensure that there is a bottom-up approach to ensure that workers are aware of how regulations should accommodate for local contexts, and these are accounted for. So I just want to spend some time as well just talking about the positive impacts of regulatory measures, because this was raised across all the different interviews. Although there have been challenges highlighted in the research study across all the different themes of the research questions, stakeholders have said that business and human rights legislation, regulations, and certifications and different measures are overall having a positive impact on local production. At a global level, these ensure customers are satisfied, and in turn, this trickles down the supply chain. Local companies said that the implementation of these standards allowed them to learn more about their business, build better relationship with their employees, and improve business efficiency. Local companies in both countries, Ghana and Kenya, reported that when they were able to effectively comply and correctly comply with regulations or certifications, this did mean that they had access to European markets and more markets, and in turn generate more revenue. According to these interviewees, human rights provisions ensured as well that there was social inclusion, and workers felt like that they were part of an industry that values their views and contributions and have a better understanding of their industries and responsibilities within it. Another producer also highlighted that because of regulations, they can flag issues through grievance mechanisms, and this allows companies to address risks before they become crises. Local producers also flagged that complying with human rights standards, because buyers required them to, but now it's also become the right thing to do. So I want to move on to another theme around one of the research questions, which addressed local interventions with local stakeholders and how that interacted with international studies, international standards. So the research found that local companies from all sectors reported that they were being given support in some capacity to meet human rights compliances, and this support was being given in various formats, including through CSOs, governments, trade unions. However, interviewees noted that there were concerns about whether these support systems were readily available, accessible, sustainable, and affordable to all businesses, including businesses that currently do not export or have access to international supply chains. So the data presented 3 different examples of the kinds of relationships that exist in country. And the first point was here about buyers and the relationship with buyers. So buyers generally do not have a direct relationship with producers at a local level. It was found according to the interviews. One international buyer in the interviews confirmed this, saying that contracts are with local exporters who buy from local cooperatives. Buyers support suppliers indirectly through programs which aim at addressing identified human rights impacts. Larger producers also provide training for workers. They track requirements and legislations themselves, but they do not share information. The second kind of relationship that was analyzed in the study was this point about trade partnership with foreign countries. So a number of trade partnerships were identified in the interviews through programs funded by foreign countries. And this was found across all sectors, including trade partnerships from the UK and the FCDO, USAID, the German Cooperative for International Cooperation, as a few examples identified. Interviews found that these partnerships do not directly account for regulatory measures as they currently stand. For example, in the apparel sector, a few programs are in place to support local businesses on initiatives which focus on attracting investment and providing grants, but could have had the capacity to also share further information about how regulatory measures are being implemented. Some governments, including the UK and the Netherlands, were reported to providing funding for projects which aimed at social empowerment for local workers. But one interviewee noted that this support is not enough for local producers. And then the third kind of relationship that was analyzed was this point around relationships with investors. The research found that human rights considerations are largely absent amongst investors, who are generally found to exclude these from their risk assessments. Interviewees reported that they would like to see a lot more involvement from investors in the sense to help sectors comply with the increased requirements from legislation. So I'd like to talk about a little bit more about what should be done. And actually, I want to pose this as a question to you all as audience members today, because we started speaking a little bit about this during our sessions. My question to you is, what tools can we sort of harmonize to create something that will help us achieve SDG 8. What we have in mind are some of the themes that were raised in the interviews around the need for effective market investment and regulatory measures, and how to balance that with building local capacity to meet these market requirements. And then how can we increase investment to and export market participation as well. So I have these 3 points here. How do we connect the dots between that to create a sustainable SDG 8 and optimize what needs to be done to address these unintended consequences? As highlighted by the findings of this research, understanding a balanced approach to achieving SDG 8 will be critical to addressing unintended consequences. As regulatories are introduced, emerging markets and developing economies could face strong challenges to adhering to these measures, while simultaneously continuing to attract and increase trade and investment and securing economically critical access to global markets. Withdrawal from businesses and investments could also lead to knock-on impacts to the efforts to reducing poverty and achieving the SDGs, with poverty being the leading vulnerability factor for abuses and potentially increasing such risks. When it comes to thinking about these 3 points and how we sort of balance our efforts to achieving SDG 8, we are not there yet. So I'd like to share with you as well what's next for this research. So 58, our commission partners, should be releasing the findings of this report very soon. This report has been independently written, so there hasn't been influence from the FCDO on this, other than the fact that we wanted this point around regulatory forces to be analyzed. And the report will include further breakdowns on the country findings, breakdowns on the sectoral findings, and will also include key recommendations for next steps. I'd also like to highlight a couple of other research projects that we funded 58. We've funded them on a piece of research that explores how we can engage investors in the worst forms of child labor due diligence processes. And we also funded them on another piece of research which followed up on their PACE program, exploring Ethiopian sesame, child labor risks, and interventions to global minor agriculture commodities. That's it from me. I hope you found that interesting. I'd love to move on and hand over to Justin to engage with the panel about some of these key findings. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much, Natasha, for that. That was a really interesting set of findings, and I have to say that was the first time I'd heard them as well, even though I did have the slides, but it's good to have it articulated in the way that Natasha did. What struck me about it was that it confirmed some of the themes that were emerging earlier in the day, including about, how, for example, in the cocoa industry, how farms show that they would be compliant, for example. The question about access to markets, and then what producers might do to mitigate those concerns. And then sort of a bit more detail on the complexities of what compliance actually means and the complications that arises from that, including on questions like childcare, people of religion and belief, and other forms of other questions that may affect individuals at the more sort of local and granular level. So I thought that was really helpful, and also I thought that the way in which Natasha frames the sort of this issue in the context of the wider SDG 8 just reminds us that as we focus on 8.7 and eradicating modern slavery and child labour, we also need to bear in mind the wider development angles, and this is where we have to strike that balance between development and bearing down on the terrible practices that we see in various parts of the world. So getting that balance right is going to be a real challenge, and I think this helps us to address that. And I think this and other projects will help us to engage across governments, civil society and business and academia, just to kind of draw out those potential solutions. So many thanks, Natasha, for that. What we'll do now, I'll introduce our panelists, and I don't know if they're appearing on the screen by the miracle of technology. I hope that they are online, and perhaps when I call out their names and give them a very brief introduction, they say hello, or if they're on the screen, they can wave. So our four panelists will be Pauline Watine, who is the Social Impact and Human Resources Director at Ethical App Africa, which is a manufacturing and sourcing company in the apparel sector working in Ghana. Pauline, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Justin.
Very good. Good to see you.
Hello, everyone.
Second, Emmanuel Arthur, and I can't see you as I'm looking forward into the room and the camera, so do wave, and so people who know who you are. Emmanuel Arthur, Managing Director at Coapa Cocoa Limited, which is a fair trade cocoa farm in Ghana. Hello, Emmanuel. Then we have Martin Mariuki, who represents Ngaka Farms, which is in the coffee sector in Kenya. And
hello, everyone.
Welcome, Martin. And finally, Apollo Chiari from Apollo Consulting, which works in the tea sector in Kenya. So welcome to all of them. What I'll do is I'll just ask each of our panelists in turn a question that explores some of these themes, and including the areas that Natasha identified on how companies and organizations, producers gain support to navigate some of these complex issues. So we'll explore some of that. And then hopefully at the end, if we have time, we'll have a quick round of questions which may sort of help to clarify points where there are further points of doubt. But why don't I turn first to Pauline. Pauline, welcome, and feel free, please, to just give yourself a slightly fuller introduction than I have done before you get into the meat of the question. You're very welcome to do that. So, Pauline, could I ask you, please, how you see the risks and the opportunities that come with regulatory measures, and how do they relate to your experience in the apparel sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justine. Thanks for Natasha for the great presentation, and good afternoon, everyone. So as Justine said, I'm the head of the social impact and HR at Ethical Apparel Africa. We are manufacturing and sourcing Ghana, and our objective is to create worthwhile jobs at scale as we develop a new apparel industry in West Africa. There is a huge potential in doing the right thing from the beginning, and we have learned lessons from how the industry was built in Asia and more recently in East Africa, and we don't want to duplicate the same bad experience and observation that we have seen. Really excited to be with you today. So thanks for having me. That's a very interesting question, and we see that with all the EU regulation and measures, we are moving to the right direction with more traceability, accountability, and we see that we are at a turning point where both customers, brands, investors, and the private sector are holding each other accountable for concrete action in protecting workers and human rights in general. When we talk about regulatory and measures, we see that it can be broken down between all the entities and objectives that Natasha has described. It goes through certification, mandatory HRDD. In our experience in developing garment factories in Ghana, what has been interesting to see that we really started from scratch. We have started working with existing factories that had been producing for the local market for decades, who had never heard about human rights measures, though they had at their heart the willingness to create jobs, to promote decent work, and to promote women. Most of the partners that we've had were female leaders who really wanted to help people get out of the poverty. So that was something very interesting for them. But at the same time, when we started from scratch. It was very informal. The workers didn't necessarily have contract because they found that if they would be bound by clause in the contract, they wouldn't be free to work the way they wanted. So we really had to start from scratch. And that's what was interesting, that we were not on an on-off visits to the ground, but we have a team that is based in Ghana, and we were also formerly working in Benin. And so we're able to identify the local context, why people didn't have contract, what was the fears around that. And so it was really about like building capacity, as Natasha said, and raising awareness. So having international brands, because this is what we really do, like preparing those factories to become ready for export, that would enable them to create jobs at scale, make profit, reinvest that into their workforce. Having certification requirement help us have guidelines to build the capacity of those factory managers and workers with specific standards. What it means to have a policy, what it means to have a procedure. How can we make sure that those partners have the right tracking tool in understanding? So it's been interesting to go from compliance to health and safety to security, but it's not enough. And given the diversity of international brands we are working with, because of the diversity from a location perspective as well, American brands wouldn't have the same requirements when it comes to regulation and certification than the European firms. So there is a duplicity of certification, and every single brand and client is looking at their own objective. And so it's unbearable for local factories to be able to comply with all of them, even if they all have like systematic objective around working hours, overtime, forced labor, child labor that are key. They are all asking for different things. So it's very hard from a financial point of view when we're talking about SMEs who are also investing in machinery, in talent, in space, to also comply and pay for those audits. So it's really been a journey for us to help them identify the right client for the right product at the right place, and helping them through the compliance journey. Because it's not about creating a very fancy policy and procedure, but making sure that both the managers and the workers themselves understand it. And that's something that makes sense. It's not just a tick box approach. It's something that they believe in. And in order to ensure that, it's about, as I said, raising awareness, but also making sure that their voices are heard, that we tweak and shape the training material to make sure that they can understand it with their own cultural references so that it can be sustained. It's not about like telling them what to do, it's about making sure that they're part of that journey. So both risks and opportunities. For when it comes to mandatory HRDD, we can see that the EU pushing for the CS3D and the CRDS are a great step. And we can see we are working a lot with the American brands as well, that we have ahead. And I think holding everyone accountable is really important. Now what we need to continue to do is to help them collect data, because self-reporting is not enough anymore. And so we want to help factories to gather the right amount of data, making sure that those data are actionable, they understand it, they can monitor it over time with rigor. It's always been in the center of our action to have monitoring, evaluation, and learning plans, and ensuring that the partners locally know what they should collect and how to monitor that. What's been difficult specifically for the apparel sector is that we're talking about the whole supply chain. And I will be keen to hear from my co-panelists in their own industry. But in the apparel sector, even if we are supporting the development of a vertical integrated supply chain in West Africa, and Ghana is the fourth exporter, there is an amazing high quality cotton available in the region. And so we are actively partnering with entities in Benin, Togo, and the sub-region to make sure that this is integrated. In the meantime, we're still relying on international suppliers who are in Asia. And so when it comes to traceability and the quality of data, we need to hold those suppliers accountable. That being said, we also work with international brands who sometimes have their nominated suppliers. So as Natasha said, what we need to do is to make sure that we have a common framework to hold each other accountable and also to create incentive. So that's something that we have been working on to make sure that interests are aligned. If the end supplier is bearing the cost of collecting data, analyzing data, getting international certificate, they won't be able to do that because they still need to compete on efficiency in the international market. So if we don't create a marketplace when there are incentives for suppliers and brands are also associated, that won't work. That's why we also extremely passionate about creating the right purchasing practices when we do actively communicate with all stakeholders to discuss costing, to have open costing, and to share what it actually means to produce high quality product fairly, transparently, with a core focus and investment on workers' health and well-being as well. I will just end with that. Been working in West Africa has been, and we have a workforce that is keen to protect their right to have balance with labor and family, and that's a great enabling environment to be able to focus on health and safety and making sure that they're part of that development. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Pauline. That was really comprehensive as an answer to that question, and you covered it extremely well. And for me, the points that really stood out are of course the sort of multiplicity of regulations that need to be met by what are often small organisations who are faced with a completely new set of regulations that they need to comply with, and then of course the question of the complex supply chains as well that goes all the way down to the suppliers of raw materials and how we ensure that the regulations are met across the whole supply chain. But thank you very much for that. Colleagues here and listening in, please do note your questions and we'll come back to them in due course. But in the meantime, I wonder if I could now turn to you, Martin, and this question about sort of what you've really experienced in terms of what the regulations aim to achieve compared to what they actually achieve on the ground, and you know, when you see the regulations initially, what they mean to you on the page, and then what they mean in real life once you actually get down to the to their application. So from the experience in your sector and region, how do you find that? And then sort of linked to that, what do you think needs to be done to address any disparities between those, you know, the intention and the real impact of the regulations? And that could be, you know, about sort of finding through research, finding out what other information we need to learn. So those two questions, Martin. Thank you. Martin, are you there, please? If not, then perhaps we ought to turn to another panelist, and Martin could come back if there's a technical problem. Emmanuel, are you on the line?
Please, I'm here.
Is that you, Martin, or Emmanuel? Emmanuel.
This is Emmanuel.
Very
Yes.
good. All right. Well, let's turn to you and hope that Martin will be able to join us again. Emmanuel, I'm going to ask you a different question, if that's all right. And it's really going back to the support issue that was identified in Natasha's presentation. And it's I wonder if you could tell us from your experience what kind of support you're seeing at the local level to comply with the regulatory measures that are now starting to come into play. What would you like to see more of, you know, in the cocoa sector? You know, so if you could tell us what's available, whether support is accessible, what the cost is, and what the sort of quality of support is to help you navigate all of these complexities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. I am Emmanuel Arthur. I am the Managing Director of Kuyapa Cocoa Limited. Kuyapa Cocoa Limited is made up of a cooperative of cocoa farmers, about 100,000 cocoa farmers. It was established in 1993. It's over 30 years now. We are one of the pioneers of the Fair Trade International Marketing Scheme. So we have been in certification for more than 30 years. Thank you for your question. I think the first part of the question has been answered by Pauline very well, and I will look at, as you put it, the costs and the support that we could get. As producers of cocoa, the main risk we are exposed to is the volatility of the world market price, the unstable nature of the world market price of cocoa, which sometimes could go as low as $200 per ton. I think this has been a headache to producers, and sometimes it becomes a disincentive even for producing the commodity itself. And one of the things certification has done very well is to set up a minimum marketing price, a minimum price for the farmers, at least to meet their cost of production and make the industry a profitable one. And I think the first thing that can support farmers in the cocoa industry all over the world is to monitor a certain market minimum price, which makes it possible for farmers to meet their production costs and also get something in surplus for their subsistence and the maintenance of their families. So when there is a guaranteed minimum price, which takes into effect all the costs of production and looks at a living market price, something that can make the farmers live their lives as decent families. That would be an assurance to the farmer that the business he or she is engaged in is a profitable one and a sustainable one. The second issue I would like to talk about is the other issues that are cropping up in terms of regulations from the market. And here I would want to put it into two categories. Number one, what is the cost? What is the price? Sorry, number one, what is the price of these regulations? And in our case, I'll put it as certification. And when I say the price, I would want to look at the reward. What is the reward of certification? That is, if I produce cocoa and would want to comply with the standards on the market and would want to bear the cost, what am I getting for it? The second angle is the cost of certification. How much more should I invest in my farm to meet market standards and regulations, to be able to become compliant with the market and therefore be able to supply to the market? So if my cost of certification is too high than the reward I'm getting from certification, it becomes a disincentive. And then I'm not willing to comply with the standards. No matter how decent the regulations are, I am unable to comply. And I think it is one of the major issues that has got to do with the labor issues on the farms. How do I pay my laborers decent wages? And what do I get from paying the decent wages? So if I can't meet all these things, then chances are I am not going to comply. They look, no matter how decent they are, because fundamentally I'm not able to meet the economic price for keeping or sustaining the regulations. So my take is that the regulations are good, but who is going to pay for it? Somebody must pay for it. So we have to look at who pays for the cost of regulation, who pays for the cost of certification. How does this payment get to the farmer so that the farmer is able to get decent payment that can ensure compliance on the farm? And I think if we are not able to establish this link of who is paying for the cost and how the farmer is getting the remuneration for compliance, no matter what we do, there will still be a gap. And then the farmer, at the end of the day, may even give up the production of cocoa, which would also have a replica effect on the market, because then there will be less production, which will also bring about shortage and extremely high prices and the closing of industries. So I think we have to marry the regulation with the cost of complying with the regulation as to who is also paying for the regulation, so that together there will be a link in the supply chain, and then everybody gets what he wants to make these standards and the regulations very effective. Thank you very much.
Emmanuel, thank you very much for that answer. And I'm not sure if you were able to listen to a previous session, but that question did come up, and it's really powerful to hear you from the front line, as it were, articulating that particular issue on the benefits and the costs and the difficulties in balancing that as you try to continue to develop your business. And I think, if there are questions, there's a time for questions. I imagine that will crop up, and I'm sure there will be plenty of further discussion on that. But I suppose one of the things that we might want to look at is how to make the process as cost neutral as possible, so that you don't have to, so that businesses find it easier to and cost effective to at least understand the process and then navigate it, and so that the actual costs of going through the process are minimized, and the rewards optimized. But thank you very much for that. I'll turn now, before I go to Apollo, I'll just see if Martin is back on the line. I think not. So I'll turn now then to Apollo Chiari. So Apollo, you're in the tea sector. I wonder if you could give us a bit of background about what you experience, and then perhaps answer the following sort of point, which is more along the European perspective, and what you would like to see from European countries, and I mean both governments and businesses, as they work together to support local producers and organizations. So drawing on that experience you have in Kenya in the tea production sector. So support from European, in the wider sense, governments and businesses when it comes to implementing the requirements that flow from regulatory measures. If you're able to help us with that, that would be very welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I trust you can hear me clearly. My name is Apollo Chiari. I'm the immediate CEO of the Kenya Tea Growers Association here in Kenya. This is the association that takes care of the lobbying and advocacy issues related to the large-scale tea producers. Prior to that, I've served as CEO of the Agricultural Employers Association. This is the association that brings together the horticulture and the floriculture industry. And then I've also practiced human resources management for the last 30 years. And yes, my experience in terms of the experiences of standards, compliance, regulatory framework, policies, registration is quite immense. And I want to focus on tea because that's the industry that I've been working with most of my time. And noting that tea is mostly consumed not locally in Kenya or in the producing countries, but in the European Union and countries that are in the West. And based on that, you find that there's always what we call the buyer standards, the prescribed requirements for businesses to comply with, so that they can be able to penetrate certain markets. And these requirements, most of the time, when we look at them, we think or we believe they are mostly coming from the top downwards. There's not much interaction in terms of getting into an agreement that this is what we want the standard to look like in terms of consultation. So when these standards and regulations come through, they are quite prohibitive in terms of complying. As the earlier speakers have rightfully said, the costs are just too high in terms of what is the requirement of a certain criteria. Talk about the living wage, for example, which is a big discussion within the tea sector and the floriculture sector. When the consumer is taking that product out there, he wants to take a product that has been sustainably produced. And for that to happen, he needs a certain mark on the label of that particular product. And then the producer is told, for you to get that label, you must comply with A, B, C, D parameters. And then when the producer is told to comply with that, and he's told to pay a certain wage, to pay the compliance preparation, do the traceability parameters of the product, do the geospatial surveys and others, and be able to comply generally with all the environmental, social, and even the governance issues. Then you find that on the other side of the coin, the same buyer who has developed the standard and developed the requirements and the regulation does not pay you enough to be able to mitigate on that particular cost. So bottom line is, these standards are cost of production. And as Emmanuel rightfully said, who meets that cost? When you go to the auction of the product in Mombasa, say for tea, the same buyer who prescribed that particular standard to you is the one offering the lowest price per kilo or per unit. And therefore you wonder, is he having his own cake and eating it? And that becomes a very big challenge, because when you look at one of the very strongest standards that we have to comply with, I would like to mention names here, the Rainforest Alliance standard. The consumption of that tea has really gone down, and you find that an entire estate that is producing X kilos of made tea is made to uptaken by rainforest standard requiring outlet. The rest will go to the Eastern Bloc countries, Pakistan, and the Asian countries, where they don't care whether you have a standard or not. And so what happens? The producer will tend to push all his teas or his products to that particular market that does not require the standards. We would like to see a situation whereby there's shared responsibility between the buyer who is prescribing that particular requirement or standard and the producer, and they meet at a certain point and agree, we'll pay you a premium for this quality of tea and for this standard compliant kind of product, so that it becomes easy for the producer to be able to mitigate on those particular overheads. In terms of that's in terms of businesses, they have to come in and agree that they have to pay a fair price that meets the cost of production. And then, as Emmanuel says, retain some profitability to the business. Otherwise, it will not be sustainable to do that business. In terms of what governments should do, both the governments in the consuming countries, in the EU, and even locally in terms of the policies and regulations that we find. I want to start with the local scenario, where a government comes up with a certain law or regulation and indicates that you must add value to your product up to 40% because it has better value. But then you ask yourself, to which market am I taking this product to? Who will consume this product if I add value? Yet my business is to grow and manufacture tea, but not to add value. So governments should create an enabling business environment, regulate, come up with the policies and regulations that are business friendly, and not policies and laws that stiff for kind of business. They would be able to encourage more investors to come in and be able to partake into that particular value addition component of the business. And then on the other side of the coin, can we have trade barriers that prohibit movement of products freely and very stringent, so to speak, to the point that you start a business and you have no outlet, because some of those regulations that are coming from the Eastern Bloc, from the Western Bloc, are very high. So to me, that's what I would like to look at as a government coming in. The issue of capacity building, training our people, training the workers, training the unions, so that they're able to respond and to articulate issues in a more business and friendly manner. Because most of the time, you have demands being placed on your table by when you're negotiating with the union, but then they don't look at the business side of things. And we need to be able to have trade unions who appreciate business and not just demand for payments or for adjustments of the terms and conditions of employment to the point whereby you find the business is will either shut down or reduce the number of workers, declare people redundant without any consideration. In terms of the kind of monitoring and evaluation mechanisms that we need to put to ensure that whatever we have agreed to comply with, be it standards or local laws or international laws, how are we able to ensure that they are being implemented and monitored in a way that any challenges are highlighted and addressed within time? So I think basically those are the things that I would like to talk about based on the experience that I have in terms of the Kenyan situation. And finally, before I stop, of late, there's this issue we are calling labor migration, whereby developed countries are trying to push their excess labor into the developed countries. And countries, there are negotiations going on between countries and mostly in the East African continent. And we find that as a form of what I'd call official human trafficking, because there are no clear regulations and standards and requirements of compliance to ensure that those people, once they move out of their home country to the working country, that their safety, their lives and their working conditions are decent, so to speak. So that is an area that needs to have a clear discussion, a big roundtable discussion, to be able to come up with those kind of frameworks. Thank you so much.
Apollo, thank you very much for that really comprehensive answer, and that really does set us on the road to a further conversation about, the measures that need to be taken and the cooperation that needs to be developed between producers and the regulators, and how we navigate through this tricky question of maintaining businesses that are sustainable as regulations start to come in. So that's our 3 of our 4 panelists. Martin, are you back? If not, then I'm told from Bekeni that we have still a little bit more time. So I wonder if there are any questions from the room for any of our panelists who would like to delve into some of the points that they raised. I'll go to Jasmine first. And then others may want to chip in after that. Jasmine.
Thank you very much. That was very, very illuminating and interesting research on some of the regulations that are already in place and on some of the emerging understanding of what CSDDD is about. I think my question is, where do you think there are differences in the CSDDD when you read it compared to some of these other regulatory frameworks that are in place that can potentially address some of these challenges? I mean, CSDDD is, I think, fundamentally based upon the UN Guiding Principles and fundamentally includes that UNGP framework, and which places a responsibility upon those further up the supply chain to not do any intended harm or unintentional harm, and to actually bear the burden at a greater proportion of the cost of these changes. So I think, speaking to Apollo's point, that shared responsibility is baked into this regulation in a way that it isn't into any of the other regulations that have been on the books long enough for us to see them and understand them. So I'd just like to understand, when you read it, when you see how that works, do you think that when we've sort of understood it and done that piece of awareness raising, that it will actually help to drive the cost into that shared responsibility model? Any of you? Whoever you think's best.
Would it,
Who's read the document and can best answer that?
would any of our panelists like to come back on that if they have started grappling with CSDDD? Otherwise, others in the room may wish to chip in. Thank you.
If I may.
Apollo, please, come in.
Yes, thank you. The issue of shared responsibility, at times, it's just a matter of commitment and good business practice, so to speak, because we've tried over the last several years, since 2020, when I want to speak about a certain standard, the Rainforest Alliance standard, when UTS and RFA merged their standard into one. There's a full chapter on shared responsibility. And incidentally, the push has always been to implement the other chapters and leave that chapter alone that is supposed to mitigate on that issue. So is there commitment? That's the question. You may put it in the policies and regulations, but is there commitment from the businesses to participate and to be able to support those producers that they are working with? And when you look at the framework that came out later on, in terms of the kind of shared responsibility they would like to uptake, it's so minimal that it's not sustainable actually. Because I will talk about tea as well. The cost of production of tea, a kilo of made tea in Kenya is about $2. Okay, so when the same buyer comes to the market and offers you $1.50 or $1.9 below the cost of production, then it means that even if there is that component of shared responsibility, they're not willing to support you on that. To them, it's just business. Get the have your own cake and eat it. So if there could be mechanisms to ensure that that component of shared responsibility is articulated and well implemented, then that would make businesses sustainable, both from the producing end of things along the entire value chain up to the final at the shelf price. So commitment and agreement to participate in the shared responsibility component. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Apollo. Martin has just joined us, Martin Muriuki.
Hello, everyone. Yes, apologies for I'm on the road and at times I get calls because I'm using my phone for the meeting as well as my calls.
Martin, no problem at all. Welcome. We've been talking about kind of what the real impact of regulations are having on the ground, and I wonder if you have any sort of direct experience of that, and this sort of disparity between the intention of regulations and how they're actually impacting operations on the ground. And you're in the coffee sector. We've heard from counterparts in the cocoa sector and in the tea sector, but I wonder if you could just shed a light on your experience. We've got about 3 minutes, if that's all right, and then we'll have to conclude, I'm afraid. But over to you.
Thank you. Just wanted to say that I'll speak of this from two perspectives. One is from a small-scale coffee estate. That's the SME, small and medium estates of coffee, and also the cooperative movement. And say some of the regulations that are there, some of the certifications that you need, Rainforest Alliance, the fair trade is already happening for the cooperative movement. Doesn't happen for the small estates and the medium estates. And some of the pricing is quite prohibitive. I know the EU is going organic. We need an organic certification. Very, very pricey. A Rainforest Alliance, I need to pay approximately $7,000 to get certified. Yet my annual production is not $7,000. And so the pricing has been a bit prohibitive. Again, the deforestation act that is coming in. And the problem with the coffee sector is that the players are so many that they seem to get the certifications because they have the financial might. The estates don't get this financial might to get the certifications. The societies are pushed by these coffee buyers to get some of these certifications. And obviously that cost is hip to them, hip to the farmer eventually. And sorry for that, we feel that without enough help, we're in trouble from a cost perspective. Again, the regulations are important. We need to be certified, but the price of the coffee being bought on the other side is not commensurate to the cost that we're having. In fact, prices are dipping as we speak. We don't know why, whether it's a government thing, but prices are dipping, regulations are coming, costs are going up, labor is going up, and also just the general cost of living is also going up. And I think as farmers, we are being pushed away to seeing whether do we sell to the EU with all these regulations, we look to the East to sell coffee, and EU being our traditional market is not a market that we do want to let go. Thank you.
That's a very, very powerful, Martin, in the short time that you had. Thanks ever so much. I'd just like to thank all of our panelists, actually, as we come to the end of this. So to Pauline, to Emmanuel, to Martin, and to Apollo for their excellent insights that really bring it home to us what's happening at the front line on this question. So thanks ever so much. Thank you for the questions, and goodbye.
Okay, so thank you all in the first place. And I would just like to say that during this panel, our goal is to explore some synergies for creating buy-in from the private and public sectors, while ensuring a victim-centered and human rights-based approach throughout our programming and interventions. We have 3 of our panelists here, and one of the panelists will be online, Suzanne. She's coming. Okay, that's great. That's great. So just to set the tone a little bit, we've all witnessed the fail of the Dublin returns, the re-traumatization that brings to victims of trafficking in human beings. We know that we need a universal framework for victim identification, where the threshold's lower, the victims are believed, and countries within the EU apply the same standards and regulation. Hi, Suzanne. Great to have you here.
Thanks.
And also we know that too often victims face discrimination and the outcome of their exploitation varies considerably just because we haven't managed to apply a uniform and non-discriminatory framework across the EU. And we will explore this as one of our questions. And while there were high hopes for the revision of the EU Anti-Trafficking Directive to include an ERM, the text was profoundly watered down, and now all we can hope for is that each European country will have a designated point of contact and ideally an independent rapporteur. I will lead my questions with the first one being, how do recent developments in EU legislation and policy impact on migrants' rights and their vulnerability to labor exploitation? And I think Lilana.
Thank you, Vlad. I would like to point to 3 different developments in European migration law and policy, and Suzanne will complement looking a bit more at the trafficking framework and victims' rights in particular. I think there was a really inspiring speech as well from Dr. Johannes yesterday about looking at systemic drivers for vulnerabilities and for trafficking, and migration policy is definitely one of those, and that is an aspect which is not recognized at EU level at all. We see a continuation of a harshening of the policy environment, focusing on increased detention, increased deportations, increased border controls, lowering safeguards, lowering the possibilities for people to be identified, and increasing the risks of them experiencing violence and harm. So we cannot ignore that overall context of how the developments will continue to contribute to making people experience harm and not be identified and not be able to access the supports and the permits that may be available to them. That we also see an increased kind of and continued but almost increased use of a rhetoric around tackling exploitation and tackling trafficking, kind of combating them and stamping down on smugglers and traffickers as a reason to increase those border controls and make journeys even more dangerous, and to really kind of justify a lot of these repressive measures that are actually driving the suffering and harm in the very, very first place. So that's the kind of overall context. There's also a proposal on the table at the moment to revise the facilitators package, which is the legislation at European level, which criminalizes people that somehow assist people to move or live irregularly in the European Union. And it's being touted to say that they are introducing exemptions around humanitarian assistance, which we've been calling for many, many years, but it's an extremely limited exemption. And actually we see that the proposals on the table risk to increase criminalization of migrants themselves, as well as people supporting them to access their human rights. So that context is going to continue to have a very negative impact. At the same time, we do have some more positive developments around labor migration. Most notably, the Single Permit Directive has just been revised, and that's the rules around the procedures for accessing work permits and the quality of permits that people get in some certain aspects, some of the rights associated. This doesn't address the main reasons for the lack of regular migration pathways, the lack of labor migration pathways. So it doesn't address that main reason why people are at risk in the first place, of not being able to migrate safely. But it does address one of the main issues that we see of dependency of workers on their employers by introducing a right to change employer. So we're going to be working a lot with that legislation in the coming years to try and make sure that that actually gets turned into something meaningful in practice, and workers have much greater labor market mobility and are not dependent on a single employer, which we see as one of the primary drivers for labor exploitation among migrant workers. And then the third piece that I would maybe mention is complaints mechanisms. This is also in the Single Permit Directive, that they've introduced more measures to help migrant workers, that migrant workers should be able to benefit from the labour justice system in the same way as other workers. So that's joining other EU legislation which already had that in place for seasonal workers and undocumented workers. The problem again is implementation in practice. We don't see the firewalls to mean that workers can safely engage. We don't see access to permits to mean that workers can safely engage, but at least the legal framework continues to reestablish this idea that migrant workers, regardless of their rights, regardless of their status, have labor rights, and they should be able to access justice through these mechanisms. And because we see also trafficking and forced labor on a continuum of labor exploitation, and want to always address it from the decent work perspective and the labor rights perspective, we actually focus in PICA on how can we work at a local level and at a policy and institutional level to make those complaints mechanisms and grievance mechanisms accessible and safe and effective in practice. And then there'll also be a roundtable, I think, on that now. But because of the time, I'll kind of stop there for now and let Suzanne complement.
Yep. Suzanne, would you like to take it away from here?
Yes, thanks also for joining this panel. I do fully agree with what Lilana just said, but indeed in contrast actually with the harmful migration and asylum policies, and we just had the elections, of course, and we hear this strong anti-migration and asylum. I must say that first of all, for Europe, of course, there's quite a good framework, legislative framework in place, and we have, of course, much more instruments to protect not necessarily workers, but in particular also victims of trafficking. And there's also now a new directive on victims of violence against women and domestic violence. And as Lilana also mentioned, there's the recast now of the Victim Rights Directive. As for the text of the Victim Rights Directive, it's still very much unclear. We actually expect any moment now the position of the Council. What is positive there was actually the proposal by the Commission, which is also supported by the Parliament, but we don't know yet how the Council will react. And there, indeed, we see the Victim Rights Directive strengthened. There is at least a partial firewall, and we hope it will be further strengthened, although chances are limited. But there's also the possibilities for third parties to report crime. There's more focus on safe reporting. And also there's quite good legislation for remedies for victims of crime, including also dealing with compensation in criminal procedures. And also there was a proposal by the European Commission to pre-advance financial payments for victims of crime when compensation was awarded, so that they don't have to wait for the perpetrator to pay. We don't know yet, of course, the outcome, and the negotiations on the Victim Rights Directive will only go on around September, October, when the new parliament is there. If we look at other legislations, of course, this morning I heard already other debates on the new directive on due diligence and the forced labor ban, which we also closely followed. That's quite positive, of course, to prevent human trafficking, forced labor, and labor exploitation. But of course, we still have to wait for the impact of that. What we were worried about this legislation is that there's not so much about remedies. The remedies are not so binding, not so strong. So that's definitely an issue of concern. And if I then come to the trafficking directive, which was evaluated over the last 2 years, and also there was an evaluation, we see that there were changes made. We were initially also opposing a little bit the revision of this directive, because we were already afraid that it would be watered down and weakened. And as you also said, the initial proposal, especially from the Parliament, the amendments were much stronger than the final text. What's in general, I must say, positive, that at least in Europe, we have the Council of Europe Convention on Trafficking, on action against trafficking in human beings. We have, of course, the directive. We also have other EU law that is very clear what the rights of victims of crime are and victims of trafficking are. So in general, I would also be positive. However, we had hoped for much stronger text. What has, for example, if we look at the definition is now extended, and it will also look at victims of the exploitation of surrogacy, forced marriage, or illegal adoption. This was already possible with the current definition to look into those forms of exploitation. We had hoped for much stronger reference to labor exploitation, because what we see that a lot of EU member states have actually no legislation specific, no criminal offense on labor exploitation when it's severe. So you really have to deal with the labor law violations, and there's not an offense. Labor exploitation is very often not defined. And many, I would say the majority of EU member states, maybe even all, have no separate provision on forced labor. So you have to prove human trafficking in order to be able to give rights to a victim of forced labor, for example. So forced labor falls in most EU countries under human trafficking. And that's already very difficult, of course, to prove human trafficking. What we also had hoped for in the trafficking directive is that there would be much more unconditional support. According to the current directive of 2011, it is already possible to grant unconditional support to victims of human trafficking. However, we see in practice it's very much linked to their residence, and it's very much linked to the criminal procedure. So it's very difficult for victims of human trafficking to access rights after the reflection period, if for whatever reason they cannot work with the authorities, and or if there is not a successful investigation or successful prosecution, because then they lose most of their rights. We had also, together with Peter, we had really much struggle to get much stronger text in for more access to residents, but also we wanted much more access to residents on personal and or humanitarian grounds. Also, this failed, unfortunately. What is positive that in Article 11, there is at least the right very strongly reflected that any victim of human trafficking should be able to access the right to international protection. and that there also should be much more cooperation between asylum procedures and trafficking procedures. So that's a win. Lilana just mentioned also safe reporting. We very much also struggled to get much more importance for safe reporting and complaint mechanisms. As mentioned, many EU member states don't have safe reporting mechanisms in place. Now it's in, to my knowledge, under Article 13 or 14, and it's only related to children. So unfortunately, not for adults. So these are, yeah, that's a pity because we thought this was an excellent opportunity to improve this legislation. And maybe one more thing to say about remedies and non-punishment. There is a strong article already on non-punishment, Article 18. However, that is now broadened. So also victims of human trafficking should not be punished for administrative offenses. However, we wanted much stronger text there, also more binding legislation for EU member states, and that failed. And if we look at compensation, there was already the request to EU member states to ensure access to existing mechanisms. We wanted the word existing to be deleted because we want EU member states to really establish access to compensation funds and to really ensure that victims have access to compensation. But the only text that now appeared was victims should have access. No, states may establish compensation funds, and this is relatively weak. So I think with all the new legislation, not only the trafficking, but especially also the Victim Rights Directive and also the Due Diligence Directive and the forced labor ban, I think there's a lot to do still to ensure that remedies is given to workers and to victims, and not only also workers, for example, that might lose jobs or might be harmed because of the exploitation by companies. I'll leave it here now also because of the time, but I can add more later if requested.
Thank you, Suzanne. We have now in Europe basically two main categories of migrant workers that are competing, for lack of a better word, on the same labor market. And I would love to hear from two of our other panelists, how do they see the intersection between the increasing numbers of third country nationals and non-EU citizens migrating for work to Europe and competing on the same jobs, and how can they be integrated, and if they want to be integrated, in a more traditional ecosystem when it comes to workers' rights? And I'm talking here about unions, other type of workers' rights associations.
Hello? Yep, great. Yeah, it's a really key question. I think that the previous speakers obviously set a very good framework within which to discuss it. And the key word for me that came out of that, although there were many things, was the remedy point. The idea that we obviously have the Triple D directive, the forced labor directive as well, legislation as well, but it doesn't really adequately answer this issue around when these people face these challenges, how do they actually get justice? How do they get remedies? So much of my work is actually not in the EU. I work more in the context of European businesses overseas. But what's really struck me is that, you know, if we go to somewhere like the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, we go to a place like Malaysia, we talk about kafala, the system there. We talk about a system in Malaysia that's inherently creating a risk of forced labor. And yet in places like the EU, even in the UK and in the US as well, Australia, Canada, in fact, it's exactly the same sort of a situation where we use a securitization paradigm to talk about smuggling and human trafficking. You know, just to show my age, is my first job as a lawyer was in Australia in 2001 with the Public Interest Advocacy Centre, although I was a trainee solicitor. And it was when the MV Tampa a Swedish cargo vessel was respecting international law and picked up some asylum seekers in Australian waters and their boat was about to sink between Indonesia and Australia. And it was a big political issue at the time. But basically, it is sad to see that at that time, Australia's policies towards refugees coming by water is an approach that has been adopted now by much of the OECD nations. And that is to say that whilst the directive is a very positive thing, we're seeing politically and legislatively punishing the victims of trafficking. And I think that's something that really needs to be confronted. That's a huge challenge. What I will say, and I know Ira will build on this on the trade union point, but is that there is a real dirty secret when it comes to migrants as victims of exploitation in the workforce. And that is to say that the global economy is completely dependent on this workforce. And we operate on this fiction that whilst we depend on them to clean our houses, to raise our children, to provide us with cheap products, that they're not welcome here, that they're illegal, which is not true. They might be unlawful, they might be undocumented, but they're not illegal. But we criminalize them and yet we're dependent on them. And it's that cycle that really breaks it up. And I think that there are many factors here. In all honesty, I don't think I have enough expertise to really talk about the EU legislative environment, but I do feel that what we need, and this is a nice segue hopefully to you, Ira, is it's trade unionism, it's representation, that they are in our workforce, but they're not represented adequately. There are global union federations and trade unions doing better than others, but the moment that they're part of that discussion and they're part of the tripartite industrial relations discussion, I don't think it addresses every type of worker, like you mentioned, Vlad, Ukrainian workers, others that come who are refugees, not migrants in that sense. But that is the kind of discussion that we need to have, because what happens otherwise, I really worry, is the directive is about making sure EU business is immunized from human rights harms, at least in a compliance sense, when it's overseas, but then actually doing things in the EU, which are no better than other states overseas that we rightly decry for the human rights record, but effectively are the same. To stress also that as someone who does go to places like Malaysia and the Gulf states and African states too, where, for example, we do a lot of work in South Africa, where there's a lot of xenophobia towards, you don't hear much about it here, but a lot of xenophobia towards non-South African workers in South Africa. It's very hard to sound credible when you are based in countries like we are up in this part of the world that effectively have very similar treatment of those same people. So to me, I think it's that worker representation, and Europe has a proud trade union tradition, which I think is something that we really need to activate. And I think maybe that's a great segue to my colleague.
That was a good decision to let you speak first, no? Thank you so much. And I think from my side, from the perspective of the International Trade Union Confederation, looking at the context of the development in Europe and how the recruitment of workers getting more complex these days, with increasing a trend of recruitment from South Asia, even through some non-EU countries, but located in Europe. I think there's a lot of area that we as the trade union also need help from a lot of civil society organizations and researchers to build on our global strategy. And first of all, coming back to your question, Vlad, because you put the word competition, I think it comes back to the imbalanced power between the countries in Europe and the sourcing and the origin countries. whereas there's a lot of lack of decent work in Asia Pacific and in Africa that force the government to give in to the shady bilateral labor agreements, for example, that is excluding workers or CSOs in the dialogue of such agreement. And then like Lilana and Mustafa have mentioned, the defender of the workers' rights, the activists are left confused in using which mechanism to hold governments and businesses accountable for workers' rights cases or workers' rights violations. So I want to point out some of the ITUs who work on the prevention, and I think Marcia would also be able to add, because the US just joined the Fair Recruitment Initiative Advisory Committee of the ILO, whereas I think it's time that we also boost the effort on promoting fair recruitment. The first act before any workers join any employment. I think that's what the ITUC has been actively working with some of the unions in the countries of origins, primarily in Asia and in Africa, to any destinations of a migration corridor. And we rely a lot on the collaborations between the unions in this corridor. But Mustafa brought the Gulf. That's a very hostile environment for union operations. So obviously, we need a lot of other actors involved. And that's why before the panel, I told Mustafa we need each other in this very complex and challenging time in addressing exploitations of labor, especially migrant workers. I stop there for now, maybe, or.
Point as well, which, thanks to Ira, it reminds me that just a really quick point, because I know I spoke a lot before, is that as Ira would know as well, is that and others, is the secretive nature of not just the EU, by the way, other states do it too, but between the EU and origin states. So, for example, there was a German delegation in Kenya, I think about a month or two ago, around a new BLA. Which was ostensibly on the record, and there was the stakeholders involved, but actually was very secretive. And our team in Kenya was trying to get basically the text of what are they discussing. Now, on one level, obviously, when states are negotiating, there's a degree of secrecy, but this is a BLA between Kenyan nationals at a time when, as an example, it's not just Kenya, of course, but when effectively in real terms, incomes have halved because of the cost of living and economic pressures. Going to Germany for work, and yet it's a very untransparent process. And typically these BLAs and multilateral agreements as well between origin and destination states, these are mechanisms used as leverage, and unfortunately that interests on both sides are not thinking about how it impacts the people who will actually be affected the most by them. So it's about how do we bring all those things together, and we don't have that sort of gaslighting happening of the EU system saying, oh, but we've got the triple D, isn't this great? But actually there's huge gaps. A bit like having that bucket with lots of holes in it, so the water is still pouring out. You know?
I always have some things to say, so if you give me the mic, I won't say no. I just wanted to maybe reflect a little bit on what you were talking about there, because I also spent this morning, I was gutted to not be here because we are also obviously working on CSDDD and the forced labour regulation as well. But it was because there was an Economic and Social Committee, European Economic and Social Committee hearing about labour migration pathways, and the focus is always still around bilateral labour migration agreements and how circular migration is the solution to brain drain. And this rhetoric goes round and round and round about how this is the way to organize labor migration, even though it's normally at the expense of migrant workers' own interests. And it's very, very difficult to break into that space and try to explain that actually, if you want to ensure that people have a way to actually invest in their countries of origin and the country of employment, is to give them a secure resident status, a long-term work permit with decent work conditions and social inclusion and family rights and the rest of it. And it's actually the complete opposite of what the trend is in terms of going back to the kind of guest worker model of saying, well, you will just have very short-term permits and you can go back, and that way it's better for your country of origin. But now we're doing it in the interests of development. So just to, I think we really need to push back against this and talk about decent general work permit systems and how you organize labor migration for everybody. And then you can also have bilateral agreements to complement that, to look at social security cooperation, to look at training, to look at additional ways of facilitating labor migration to be even more even better, but to actually use it as the mechanism to organize labor migration is incredibly problematic. So yeah, that was one. And then I think for your point around worker representation, it's absolutely crucial, and that's been one of our main issues throughout the negotiations of the forced labor product ban, is that workers have been absent, and the actual space for engagement with workers has been absent. And there's this idea that because there's the trafficking framework, at least for workers within Europe, there's no problem. But the trafficking framework, as Suzanne was explaining, it doesn't work for the vast majority of migrant workers. They end up getting deported. So in order to actually have some kind of regulation around banning products made with forced labor also within the European Union, we have to look at the situation of migrant workers in the European Union and how they can actually benefit from any kind of regulation like this through their engagement, through worker-driven and worker-informed measures that actually address their needs and make sure that they're not the ones that are getting deported as a result of this whitewashing of European consumers' consciousness.
We are obviously living in a climate where we have a lot of people on the move. And we have this issue. And I was listening to all of you, and one question came to mind. Have we exported, in a sense, our concerns? And I think, Mustafa, you mentioned the fact that we have focused a lot as European businesses to address the issue when we are doing business overseas. And now, or I shouldn't say not now, but once the Ukrainian war started, we are seeing that problem here in Europe with non-EU citizens. And that would be one of my my questions to you all, really. Have we somehow exported those concerns? And we are now finding ourselves in a place where we're just seeing some concrete steps being taken, CSDDD, the forced labor regulation, the directive I was mentioning earlier, but also not seeing enough models that are focused on detection, on notification, on prevention. Suzanne, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think, of course, everything relates to each other. Also, the fact that we have many migrants who want to come and work to Europe is a result of everything happening, and it's partly also because West European companies are abroad and also have changed the labor markets there and also the conditions there. So definitely, I think everything relates to each other. I also very much agree with what other people said, the dependency of migrants on their employers. What we now hear a lot, but Lilana was also highlighting about the asylum and migration policies. What sometimes people, the public also should not forget is that the same political parties also in my country, the Netherlands, that are now going to govern. The four political parties are in particular those parties who are very much representing the private sector, who is actually using all these kind of uh, semi-legal opportunities to get migrants in. And it's the same ones who win votes by saying we should not get migrants or more asylum seekers, but at the same time they somehow allow a lot of practices to happening just because, as also Lilana said, like by not ensuring that there are much better legal pathways and ensuring that people have access to decent work. So they actually have created over the years a situation that this can happen. For example, all this enormous amount of recruitment and temping agencies, no one has exactly an overview anymore, who all, of course, dive into loopholes. And what I also noticed, I'm very much working within the maybe even limited framework of anti-trafficking. But people have a very strange idea of who's a trafficker or who's a criminal. But we know, of course, and we also heard it actually last week again of Europol, that nearly 70% of the people engaged also in cases of human trafficking and forced labor are actually legal businesses. So it's not like you have to think about only about high level criminal gangs, but it's also legally, in a way, systematically, a system now we have in place that is actually built on exploitation and abuse. And that's very worrying. And that's, I think, also the task of Europe to prevent it and to treat workers much better, not only in Europe, but yeah, as we talked about already about remedies, so we can ban, of course, products here, and also because we say it's made with exploitative labor. But what will happen with the workers in other countries who then lose their jobs, maybe have even less access to decent work? That's an issue. I'm also maybe that's a bit skeptic, while I see very much the positive influence of the triple D, the due diligence directive, or the forced labor ban. I'm also afraid that it will be misused to ban certain products but not others. I don't think we will ban Apple products, for example, or other products which we could also claim maybe that they have been made with exploitative labor, but we maybe would block Chinese products, for example. So it's also quite political how we will deal with this legislation. And last thing, when you touched upon Ukraine, it's definitely a very good example that what we see, what was done for Ukrainians with the giving them the temporary protection with the temporary protection directive, and giving them access to all kinds of rights, including the right to work within the EU. This is definitely a very good example of preventing human trafficking and forced labor. And we see that especially third country nationals are very vulnerable who do not have those rights. So with all the talk that we need labor force and that we have lack of laborers, I would rather say indeed try to ensure that people have much more access to decent work, to legally work, regularize those who cannot legally work or are irregular in Europe, and make use of that labor force, and try to see also the enhance the other models, but try to limit the big power of all these recruitment agencies. And indeed, I would also call for fair recruitment. I'm not sure if I fully answered your question, but I felt like I wanted to react on what was said before.
Yeah, I think really good points there. Just really quickly, I think firstly is, these are really challenging issues, and migration related policy has always been political. It's never not political. I mean, so obviously there is that aspect to it, but you mentioned, just to build on what others said and what you asked before, is that you have the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Before that, you had the civil war in Syria. which impacted European politics. And then before that, you had, due to the war in Libya, obviously then the trafficking flows from there. And of course, you've got climate change, and there's likely to be other things happening. If you have a robust, joined up policy that respects human rights, then you're able to navigate these shocks better. It's not to say that there still won't be challenges. I'm not saying that at all, but it makes you more vulnerable to both, obviously, bad policy that leads to exploitation, but to then people coming out of the woodwork to exploit the anxieties that come out of that. So you see, for example, the rise of political forces across Europe, and in fact, globally. It's actually not just Europe, even in the global majority countries, but it's everywhere. But in Europe, you're seeing that rise of those forces exploiting anxieties to stoke openly very racist and even fascist type sentiment. And then, of course, you have states like Turkey, even Russia and Belarus have sort of been often trying to threaten this point around using the flow of migration as a bargaining chip. Certainly with Turkey, it's a very blatant bargaining chip. So you actually leave yourself vulnerable as the EU, as a region that we not always, but often see as a place that we can look to for positive action on human rights. You leave yourself vulnerable to being exploited by those kinds of forces that, you know, as Suzanne said, aren't good for you because it leads to bad policy. You know, EU needs more workers, it needs more younger people, but also those outside the EU who don't respect human rights, also you're vulnerable to being exploited by them. So there's lots of really practical things there. And I think the question for all of us to take away is around, these are ultimately social political questions. How do we build that support within Europe? How do we bring allies into this room for subsequent years of this really important forum to start discussing that, you know, on the practical side, using the spectrum of ethical, legal, and then practical arguments to support what we're saying.
Yeah, sure. That we are getting very close to, but I'm gonna give Ira just 2 minutes to wrap up.
Just to add on what has been mentioned, and in terms of Europe, today, the ITUC every year launched this report of our evaluations of 155 countries against 97 indicators of the ILO conventions and how they implement it. And so today is the launching, and I wanted to inform you that unfortunately, since 2014, 10 years ago, we witnessed, or Europe rating has declined sharply. And we're talking about violation of basic rights, freedom of associations, a declining density of union memberships, and then rights to strike is limited. UK witnessed most of the trouble in it. And then, so I wanted to point out, and I mentioned this in the roundtable earlier, the discussions, whereas we also need to look at the level of democracy in the governments of the countries within Europe, and the one that Europe deals with outside, where they recruit migrant workers. And I mean, for us unions and CSOs to operate, we need countries where there is democracy. So they could, I mean, workers' voice can be heard only in the government when there is democracy. So that is one. And then we are obviously worried. So we want to invite all of us to also be more active in supporting a movement for democracy in any countries we operate. And lastly is, as trade union, what we have as leverage is the ILO supervisory mechanism. So for any countries deal with Europe and ratify conventions, that's the place where we workers can hold government and businesses or employers accountable. And I think every year we are struggling to, I mean, we have a lot of evidences from many countries that are due to report on their obligations to implement different conventions. But I think we need to increase such effort, join reporting. I mean, the ITUC is happy to increase the collaborations not only with the global union federations in the vulnerable sectors such as domestic workers or constructions with the BWI, but I think for this context, collaborations, multi-stakeholders is the way to go. Thanks.
Unfortunately, I think we ran out of time. I want to thank all the panelists and to you all. I know the conversation has been a bit short and we'd love to obviously keep talking about this very important topics, but thank you all.
But we're a nice small group, so we can probably have a conversation in a short amount of time because we're just a few of us. When we were thinking about how to do this, we thought we might take quite a broad approach to different complaints and grievance mechanisms and just get a sense of your experience in the room, because a lot of the, so that it's not one way. I had the idea that I was going to ask you to write on Post-its and then put it on a wall, but I think because of time and because we're a small group, should we just try to map collectively just by raising your hand and sharing which complaints or grievance mechanisms in the broadest sense have you in your work tried to use? And then we can have a discussion about what's worked well with those and what hasn't. Yeah.
Great question. And I know many of you know me as an MC, but I'm also a professor that works on the Global Slavery Index and the Global Estimates. So one of the things that I thought has been really useful has been like these anonymous apps that kind of take like the whistleblower protections out of the conversation and have workers directly reporting grievances in supply chains. But one of the problems I still come up to, and this is more from a conflict resolution perspective, is more remediation. So we raised the question of like reparations before, but the real question is like, what actually does justice require for exploitation of this type? And this isn't just an economic, I mean, it is an economic crime. That's like mostly how we model it, but the crime, like the grievances against the individuals are very personal, and I wonder if there's anything that can be taken from alternative conflict resolution and more of these like truth and reconciliation type committees to maybe try to have more of that dialogue, because I think part of it is the dehumanization and the invalidation of the human experience vice just labor exploitation, right? Like what is the remedy for something like that? And I think maybe talking about what remedies can look like, how we come back to like a broader whole person perspective versus just treating labor exploitation as an economic exploitation with an economic solution. There might be some type of dignity that can be restored, because that's something I often hear from our survivor colleagues.
Yeah, please, I don't see names, so. Yeah, I thought mechanisms, questions.
Got it. Got it.
This is more of a question, and if you can't answer it here, maybe you could point me in the right direction. But I think what we have found, we being a number of companies in the cocoa sector in a number of countries, have tried to put various types of grievance mechanisms in place, and oftentimes they obtain no grievances. And so my question is, how do you judge if a grievance system is working or not?
And then maybe like, yeah, intercompany grievance. Yeah, yeah. Should we collect a few and then come back rather than trying to address each topic? Then we know what kind of things we want to discuss together. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. So for me, grievance mechanism is quite broad. I have experience in access to remedy. The grievance mechanisms are set up by companies, although there are very limited good examples of functioning grievance mechanisms in that sense. My question is a little bit related on when you look at where the most problems are, is in the informal sector, and how to reach those workers and how they will get access to remedy, so access to a grievance mechanism.
Does anybody, yeah, go ahead. Would you mind just introducing yourself as well?
Yes, hi, my name is Sofia Gonzalez. I'm a research leader in business, ESG, and modern slavery for the Modern Slavery Policy and Evidence Center, and I'm based at the Bingham Center for Rule of Law. And I just wanted to mention that I think the engagement of stakeholders has to be a key piece of how would we measure whether it's effective, or how would we even design it, right? The grievance mechanism. And just to highlight that both the French duty of vigilance law and the German Supply Chain Act mandate companies to develop a grievance mechanism in consultation with stakeholders. So I think also, thinking about how that would look in practice, that's something we would have to see, but just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Does anybody else want to share which complaints mechanisms or you've got experience with? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, a little bit, just, pieces of conversations from a few different places. I mean, you can hear about hotlines and apps and things. Sometimes there are barriers for workers even accessing some of those, like it not being in their language or not having access to technology to fill in a form or whatever it is. We've also had other things like in factories that we were learning from workers, there was like complaints boxes, but then the complaints boxes were right underneath cameras that were surveilling workers. So then workers are kind of saying, well, they know that I've put this in the box, and then there was repercussions. So the repercussions element actually across all of these options seems to be a big barrier for workers to feel like, am I safe to make any of these complaints? And the other comment that just came to mind is that quite often, when you start to implement some kind of mechanism, your numbers should be going up before they get any better once you start doing something about it. But if those numbers are low, it might well be because people don't feel safe to or can't access those mechanisms. And just what does it look like to make that neutral, and how do you involve other parties to support that, or making it a safe process for individuals being quite an important thing. So there's just some thoughts there.
Yep, let me give you a mic.
Just some insights from the UK perspective, and Liliane, you'll know this, and Lois can probably come in on this as well. The UK is a bit of a complex beast in that it's been very supportive of these sort of processes, but in fact there's so many that there's no consistency, and there's still a burden of proof requirement on the individual. So in the UK, there is a consistent helpline. Just anyway, if you're a victim of crime, there's a criminal injuries compensation scheme that you can access, that anybody can access. But again, the burden of proof and the thresholds there are so high, it's not accessible to victims of trafficking and modern slavery because it's not in different languages. It often is a really lengthy and cumbersome process. So it's entirely dependent on that individual having access to other support systems to even get access to that. We have things like trafficking orders, which then generate income that can be put back into organisations or given back to individuals, but they're just really complex ultimately. And even though we have legislation that can support prosecutions against trafficking, because there's such sort of a low engagement of that, even from the criminal justice systems, what you find is that the better route is for people to go through a civil claims court, really, or use employment legislation or employment tribunals. So whilst there are a myriad of different options, in fact, they're so complex and cumbersome it's still dependent on that individual having other types of access to legal aid and to support systems. And it's also a lengthy process. So I think, yeah, a real lack of consistency that is person-centered, with that in mind, and accessible is really important. And I think there's a lack of that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Marcia Eugenio from the U.S. Department of Labor, and this probably was already discussed, but when we think about like effective grievance mechanisms for workers, we often, I will say it again, we think about workers and worker organizations and labor unions to also sort of the most effective way of dealing with grievance mechanisms. But in the absence of a labor union, or where you have already addressed some of the concerns that were raised about workers feeling safe reporting on violations, I mean, one of the other things that we have encountered is whether those violations are actually reaching the right person or individuals, whether it is within a company or directly to the government, or so kind of thinking through who is the organization that is actually receiving that information and how they're going to use it. And from the point of view of the government, I think it is really important to report violations of labor and human rights to a government institution as well, because we have the responsibility to act on it.
One more quick thing, Lois from the Rights Lab, I forgot to mention that earlier, is another thing we found on sites is, so in the UK, for example, we've been on construction sites where there's real confusion for workers as to who they should turn to, and even in terms of enforcement bodies or hotlines or whatever's available, is it coming from the businesses, but then there's a whole kind of line of subcontracting going on, or which even enforcement body, because in the UK, there's not one route. You could go to the GLA, you could go to, I don't know, Borders get involved, or which police, is it the police, is it whichever? And the same thing issues happening also with, let's say with agriculture is, one farm might service or supply multiple retailers, and each one of them has their own system. And so there's conversations about whether those sectors should unite to provide one mechanism. But at the moment, again, workers are like, well, where do I turn to? Who am I even providing for? Are they receiving it? Is it a hotline or some form through the business, and which business? Or so there seems to be, it's not actually serving workers in terms of clarity of information of where to go if something is an issue, and conversations that have been happening around the agricultural sector, for example, to find one system collectively for retailers in the UK, for example. It seems to have been kind of slightly trumped by a business trying to take the monopoly of that market, rather than it really, again, being something that is like created for and serving the ones that need to actually be able to report somehow. So that's another kind of line of confusion, I think.
So can I just come in on both Marcia and Lois' point? Because I think also, and again, specific to the UK landscape, but actually the majority of forced labour that happens in the UK is actually in the irregular job market. So grievance mechanisms would not even be applicable. They're not in a formal work employment site or situation. They're not working in factories. They're not working on, well, they potentially might be working on farms, but they're working illegally, undocumented or irregularly, but predominantly it's things like car washes, or it's been exploited by traveller gangs in modern slavery. And so there wouldn't be any kind of formal system of grievance mechanism that would apply in those cases anyway. So how would they get access to those? I mean, remediation is still important, but actually they're not able to access even if there are unions and cooperatives, because it's not that kind of work. So.
I wanted to highlight that I feel like we should be talking about access to justice rather than focusing on the means to the end, which is, which grievance mechanism works, but like having the outcome in mind. So we're talking about access to justice to people that have had their rights violated. And I think we can also learn from the barriers that people that have been in forced labor have faced in terms of accessing judicial remedy. So, for example, we can look at how it's been identified that to access justice, right holders can face interpretative, procedural, and practical barriers, at least. So, interpretative has to do with what was mentioned before in terms of like the worker is unsure whether he or she can claim that his rights were violated based on a specific law, like it's not really clear, they don't really understand if this would qualify or not, should I do it? So it's about things being clear on when, for them on when they have to do it, and whether they, whether they fall within laws. So for example, if they're working for a supplier, if they know that that supplier, the buyer of that supplier falls under regulations that force that buyer to, well, require that buyer to have response mechanisms. The procedural ones is as well like for the worker to understand, okay, so what do I have to do? Like what's gonna happen next? So I submit a claim, but what's gonna happen next? And which ones are going to go through, which ones are not gonna be heard, and by whom, who's going to evaluate whether this is would go through or not. And the practical barriers, of course, as well, in terms of language, in terms of the burden of proof. So I think identifying certain barriers and focusing on access to justice is the key.
Maybe I can just also react to some of this and the specific question of undocumented workers, because that's obviously where our work at PECAM focuses. And I'm going to tell now before I forget, because I've been logging them around since yesterday, I've got like 10 copies of our report on complaints mechanisms for undocumented workers, so please take one. Old school, like carrying the printed copies, and so I should now not forget to mention that they're in my bag. But so we've been looking at labor inspection complaints mechanisms and employment tribunals or labor courts and access for undocumented workers. And even though they are undocumented, they do theoretically have access to these, both of these mechanisms. I say theoretically because obviously there's a lot of issues in terms of access in practice. But we're seeing that actually labor courts, one of the main issues around access to justice within the labor court system is the time that it takes and the burden of proof. So again, as you say, like identifying what are the specific barriers and is there a way to then resolve some of these? And there's a very interesting example now in European Union law, for example, where there's a reversal of the burden of proof for an undocumented worker, that if you can prove your employment relationship, it is automatically assumed that their employment relationship is at least 3 months. Now, it's still normally not as long as somebody has worked, but at least it's one example of how we can also work to see, can we find places where the burden of proof can be shifted from the worker onto the employer to prove that actually this was not an employment, this person didn't work for this amount of time, and then they are legally obliged to pay them at least 3 months' salary, even if they're undocumented. Then in the inspection complaints procedures, we've seen that it's much better in terms of the time it takes, the risk of not having to pay if you lose the burden of proof because the inspection work on it. But then the problem is the firewall, and that the inspection may pass information to immigration, or the inspection services might do a joint inspection with police who will do an immigration enforcement. So with that, we're then focusing all our energy onto how do we build in safeguards within that, so that that information, that personal data of workers, is not being used for immigration enforcement purposes. So I think that's just to add maybe to, our experience with those. And we have found, for example, here in Belgium, we've managed, our member organization has managed to set up with the labor inspection here a completely confidential complaint system where undocumented workers can file a complaint to the labor inspection and receive their due salaries without any risk of immigration enforcement. So it is possible. But maybe then, like, to wrap up, so, like, to bring together, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to ask a question on that particular example, because, I mean, in the well, if they're signatories to the convention, obviously there's some protections around deportation whilst they're in sort of national referral mechanism processes. But is this people that are then out of support systems and then potentially might be subject to immigration enforcement? But obviously in the UK, they've tried to strip away those protections, or they have done under recent legislation, which is a concern.
Yeah, in our work, we have, because we're, for those that don't know us, we're a European network of about 160 organizations working across the region with migrant workers. So a lot of our members, like Suzanne from La Strada International, work more within the trafficking system, but then the rest of them work outside. And so it's about using them both. It's saying, okay, what can we do in the civil scheme? What can we do in the criminal legal system as well? But then, yeah, I don't know, Ira, if you wanted to also share some experience from I2C, and then I thought I could pull out some of the themes that have been coming through.
Yeah. No, thanks a lot. And I just want to add, for example, some of the becomes members, like in Germany, Arbeit und Leben is associated to the ITUC affiliate, the DGB there. So there's a component of the effort of organizing. It can be a success story of handling a case that helped the union organize in some workplace, or vice versa. So I think that's one thing. And also, we call this kind of approach that the Arbeit und Leben is doing in other region, like in Africa and Asia, we call it Migrant Resource Center. I mean, in terms of providing them with pre-departure orientations, law and policy in the country of origin, in the destinations, and other capacity building. And we've been advocating for inclusions of unions, and I mean, for unions to be given space even before departure to tell the workers their rights in the destination countries, and most importantly, connecting the unions in the origin and in the destination countries. And I have to mention German again. In my head is this triple win program, recruitment of nurses from the Philippines. So the union from the Philippines, PSI, and the union from Germany, Verdi, in that sector, sit together with the government and the employers in the sector in a joint monitoring committee of the recruitment. And then, so I think that's one of the good practice where we can exercise the rights for workers to access to justice as well. I think.
Do we hear the next door workshop? Is that what that is from the speaker? I was distracted by laughter. So I think if I can pull together some of the conversation that we've had so far, even though we're talking about lots of different types of mechanisms, and I think that there's many more that we obviously haven't touched on. We haven't done the mapping that we thought we might do, because I don't think we'll have time. But there's some common questions that are crucial to the success of whichever mechanism it is. The first question, which is like, what is the possible outcome? What is the remedy? The whole point of a mechanism is what will be the outcome for the person who's involved, who's actually taking that step that costs them even more on top of the harm that they have experienced, to do something, to engage in a process. So why would you engage in that process? What are you going to get out of it? And what is that remedy? And what does remedy look like for different people in different circumstances? And that has to be the absolute starting point from any kind of mechanism, is then listening to the people and thinking about what kind of solution can be offered, and is that meaningful to those people? And that, just to comment also in that sense, we have a lot of issues with anonymous complaints procedures because they are precisely not geared around the individual who's been harmed, and can actually have a negative impact on the person that's been harmed. Because if a good, willing third party anonymously reports a potential exploitation of an undocumented worker and the police go in, that undocumented worker is going to be saved from their exploitative experience, but they're also going to be probably deported from the country. So they haven't been helped by the system because it's not actually set up with the workers' interests in mind. But so, yeah, we have this question of what is remedy, what does that look like, and how is it possible? Then the aspect of how likely are you to get that remedy? What does the process look like? We heard about burden of proof, about interpretation and language issues, around the length of the process, around who's actually getting the complaint and what action do they have? Is it being received by somebody who has a power and a responsibility to do something with that complaint? And avoiding that there's obviously no negative repercussions that will come out of that. And then, yeah, maybe that being the third, that there can be absolutely no negative repercussions for the person from exercising their rights. And then the fourth thing that I got was really around information, that people need to know about it and know where to turn. And there, in our experience, we've also found that the role of NGOs and trade unions and activists has been absolutely crucial, because they're the ones that are able to help people navigate the myriad possible opportunities and see what might be an option for them and what might make sense for them. So those are the kind of like 4 main criteria that I've heard from your inputs, and that one of the main ways to avoid to make sure that the design is effective across all of those is to actually involve workers themselves in the design of the process so that it actually reflects their needs. We have about, I just got told, 4 or 5 minutes left. What else would you like to add to that kind of picture? Is there more experiences or reflections that you'd like to share into that? Yes, Lois. No, I'm sorry, Maisha. I'm terrible with names. I just heard it once. Marsha, I think. I use it. Don't worry.
So just maybe completely agree with what you were saying, and just maybe like 2 specific examples. Recently with fishers, right, in out at sea, and kind of like engaging them to determine what would work. I mean, if you can think of a workplace that is really difficult to monitor, being out at sea is probably one of the most difficult ones. And kind of like there have been some recent examples of engaging those workers in kind of developing grievance mechanisms, including a recent development, making sure that in Taiwanese fishing boats, there is Wi-Fi available for them. So it's something simple. I mean, it doesn't get you all the way there, but even access to Wi-Fi out at sea can make a huge difference. The other one was in the United States, we established a partnership with embassies from other countries. The Department of Labor has a partnership with embassies from other countries to inform potential migrant workers in the United States of their rights. And that's actually working out really well. And those consular offices all over the United States are receiving information from our Department of Labor about what the rights of workers in the United States is in their language that is useful for them. So it's called migrantworker.gov, migrantworker.gov, and it provides a whole list of resources on how to migrant workers can access their labor rights in the United States.
And can I abuse my position as co-moderator to also just ask a question about, on the question of what is remedy, I think it's really an important question here in Europe, because we're at the moment blocked at the level of just trying to get people a fraction of the wages that they were actually due, right? So it's not really, it's what people want that. It's better than nothing, but it's not really, it can't really be called justice, can it? Like a fraction of the wage, some proportion of the wages that you were due to be paid 3 years ago. The other thing that we obviously work on is there a way to get people a resident status? Can we get people regularized a secure permit? But I heard that in the US, there was also double and triple compensation potentially in some states. And could you tell us a bit more about that if we have?
No, from the federal government, from the Department of Labor, that our wage and hour division spends a lot of time trying to do, do what we call back wages. So in the course of doing an investigation, if workers are found not to have been paid the appropriate wages, either because of overtime or because they were not just paid, the Department of Labor would collect through fines and actually reimburse workers. And sometimes we're trying to find workers that are no longer in the United States. So we may be working with Mexico, Central America, or other countries in trying to kind of find and identify those workers so that their wages may be reimbursed to them. So, I mean, I think that would be something to kind of look into it. And it's not just like, you know, a portion of their wages, it's whatever they're owed.
No, I misexplained it because in the sense, they're due all the wages that they're owed, but it's just that often we're not able to gather enough proof to prove the entire, like say you've been working for 10 years, how do we prove if you're undocumented, for example, that you have been working for 10 years and how much salary you're due? And so we often can get some compensation, but it's supposed to be exactly what they're owed, and it's supposed to include the Social Security and tax payments to the state as well. But it doesn't always actually match up to actually what they're owed and the harm that it's experienced overall of not being paid over this period of time. And so that's why I was quite inspired to hear about this concept of that amount actually being increased and doubled or even tripled in some states, that there was at least advocacy around that to say, okay, then it's actually a compensation rather than just what you were owed. Yeah. Yeah.
To get in trouble with that thing.
So unfortunately, we are past time, but I did sit in on a bit of this conversation earlier, and I'm so glad to hear that it's been developing. What we will do to honor our friend Lois's time and travel itinerary is we'll actually let her speak now, and then we'll do our brief readouts from the roundtables, and then we'll let Bukani close, if that works for everyone. Thanks. And just a speaker's prerogative, I think that's such a fascinating idea that Marcia picked up on your comment, because that is true. Compensation is not sufficient when it's only lost wages, right? There's legal fees, there's lost interest, there's all of this stuff. And that's like the principle between most intentional torts in the US civil system. So it would make sense to do it that way. What do you think? It usually doesn't take 10 minutes is almost always the problem. So let's just start with you first and then we'll do this. I just want to make sure we don't miss any trains. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been tasked with trying to summarize the discussion of the last few days. So I've been, trying to kind of reflect and listen on some of those, like, I guess, key messages and challenges that have come up throughout the session. I probably won't represent everything, but just to try and like remind us a little bit of that. And just in review of our discussion, I just thank everybody who's participated and brought their experience and their insight and expertise, but also kind of personal challenges and worries. And I'm sure all of us have had their own sort of things that keep them up at night, and that's, we've had some of those heart to hearts as well in the last few days. So I really appreciate the collective that's been not just here in the room, but those that have joined remotely as well, and how rich the discussions have been and what I've been able to learn personally from all of you as well. So with the forum's theme, collaboration for freedom in mind, of course, Dr. Johannes started us off by asking the question, what stops us from instinctively working together? and reminding us of the need for intercultural dialogue, a fresh consideration for responsibility and accountability, and a prompt for that culture shift that we need towards non-exclusion as our default, an urge to seek the faces behind the numbers and the cries that should drive our thinking, that it's not just an intellectual activity that we're here for. As we reviewed the Pathfinder country framework, we learned from countries who are implementing efforts already, the DRC and Kenya who are represented, and noting the need for an adjusted approach for global north countries such as those here in Europe. And the discussion obviously drew focus to survivor voices that are needed in the roadmap of development process. And we heard from our survivor leaders who had acknowledged the importance for them to be a part of that, for their peers to come together and to be recognised within those country frameworks. Through researchers, we considered the use of mixed methods and different lenses to provide the anti-slavery sector, business, public and civil society organisations with the insights to act and drive change, and affirming the need for an applied approach to research in specific cities and industries. We considered the survivors as researchers and the call to speak to everyone from presidents to villagers, and that local research takes time, and we not only need resources but also energy and persistence. In roundtable discussions and workshops yesterday, we wrestled together with seeing survivors as whole human beings with a variety of contributions to offer, as well as whole organisations needing to consider all of the relevant factors to facilitate inclusion of survivor leaders across a whole policy or programming cycle. We talked about multi-stakeholder initiatives that need to define the purpose or goal of gathering, to consider the practicalities of what can be achieved by meeting together, and whether maybe there are new stakeholders that need to be sought and included in this dialogue. We talked about survivor leaders being involved directly in policy conversations and with governments as stakeholders, not being represented by intermediaries or third-party NGOs, and the challenge for allies to help bridge that gap for direct contributions. We debated the ethics of research and need for community-based and survivor-led research, as well as the balance of data versus theory, and inviting us to reimagine new systems and ask new questions about anti-slavery research. And we talked about the challenge of uniting the anti-slavery movement with a common story, with different kinds of lived and learnt experience, and that we all need to contribute our voices to shape the road ahead. And today we kicked off, Mustafa Kadri inspired our conversation with the reminder that businesses are agents for change and a necessary part of this conversation, that every challenge can be seen as an opportunity, and we must maximise this opportunity that we have now in Europe with the current legislative emergence. Our morning panel educated us on CSDDD and the forced labour market ban in Europe, and we learnt from the US and those who have come before, acknowledging the major transitional moment we're in and moving from voluntary efforts to regulated context. We were urged to pay attention to and equip worker-driven remediation with CSOs, companies and enforcement bodies, to support source countries to understand what is coming and what its impact would be, to define what effective could mean for these regulations, and to remember that right now it's workers worldwide who are paying the costs of unfair systems, and that's got to change. We've also weighed up the geographical scope of forced labour across markets and the needs for cross-national collaborations, the ability for workers to leverage market bans for their own benefit, to achieve effective collaboration between business, union and allies, especially where unions don't formally exist. We can learn across countries and sectors, not for a one-size-fits-all approach that we can put in every circumstance, but if we apply guiding principles which transcend each context, such as education for workers and for buyers, engagement with national and local governance, and importantly, most importantly, of course, listening to affected communities, remembering that humanity always organises and communities always have leaders, and where do we start in those contexts? How to develop new markets, starting well and with the right structures in place to enable fair work, how to balance costs and rewards of schemes to enable responses to regulations, and the challenge to be consistent. Is one hand expecting a standard while the other demands lower prices? Are growers having to move focus to selling to other markets if they can't meet these demands?
we've had rich discourse this afternoon around migration, and trying to prevent migration not only makes the migrants suffer, but also the communities they come from and the receiving country that actually needs workers. But organising migration with safe routes, secure status and decent work is not only needed for workers, but for the global economy. And we talked in this session, apologies, obviously it wasn't in the this roundtable next door, but here we've been discussing how to help victims access justice, what the positive, meaningful outcomes could look like for a harmed individual, decentering the business or the enforcement body and their mechanism, but setting real expectation for workers, helping them navigate their options, helping worker-designed initiatives, and that individuals get not just their wages due, but the whole picture of their person's harm acknowledged. And so I want to thank Free the Slaves for gathering us here this week, and for all their efforts to unite the anti-slavery movement across the regions of this world, continuing to highlight the voices of those with lived experience at the centre of every policy and programme or research project that we embark on. And thank you to everyone here present, of course, who joined us online as well. And you're all champions of this movement in your own spaces, the leaders we need, not just to reimagine, but to rebuild a world free from slavery in all its forms of exploitation.
Thank you so much, Davina. And really, wow, what a wonderful forum, the first ever here in Europe. I'm really so happy the way everything went. And I want to, first of all, thank you, all of you, really, for the great forum, the discussions, the speakers, the content, various speakers from almost everywhere, from on the ground to here, the policymakers, the government, the survivors, the businesses, the unions, the academic and the civil society organizations. So we had quite a wonderful variety of, of really the best minds we could find. So thank you so much. And first of all, really, let's clap for ourselves for a wonderful thing. Yeah. So I've been given a very simple task to really share a few ideas where we go from here, which I think everyone will probably have asked. But first of all, let me thank the team. After I thank you, I think the team did a marvelous job to make sure everything can be kept on time, but also the host from this hotel also. And really, thank you so much to the team led by Giselle and really the team for doing a great job to do this. So thank you so much. Yeah. I also want to really thank our donors who really thought to give us a little bit of resources to do this, namely Walk Free. Abby is not here, but also Freedom Fund and also the ILO for really the great support they provided to make sure we can do this in a better way. So really clap to them as well. And this forum really was really led in terms of the content by the minds of really wonderful group of the planning committee that was chaired by or co-chaired by Abigail from Walk Free and Malaika. Unfortunately, they had to leave early, but really other committee members including Lois. Thank you so much, Lois. Also include Itohan. Thank you so much, Itohan. Included, our colleagues from FCDO, Natasha, thank you. And thank you so much, Justin, for really helping really make sure that we can have a content that can really reflect some of the realities in the region. Of course, I'm sorry if I forgot any other members, but really, thank you so very much for your support to do this. And really, the content reflected really what the group came up with. Kind of a few weeks of intense discussions and preparations. Now, I think as we have seen, all right, this is our fourth regional forum this year. We started with North America, which was done in Miami, and that was in person. We had participants from Canada and the United States, the different topic. Then we moved on with Latin America, which was also exploring forced labor in supply chain in Latin America. That was online for 3 days. That was led by my colleague Hema. And then after that, we went to Jamaica for the Caribbean Regional Forum, and we were lucky to have the the support from the Jamaica government that helped to co-organize the event. That was also a completely different topic that was looking at, some of the cultural practices that enable human trafficking. And this might seem like how that comes, but this is real, and it is a reality. There are stories that I never heard since I started working on this, but it was my first time to hear this. So that one. And then this is really the one that came after. This is the European one, and this was the first time. Now, I think if you reflect onto this, of course, we're going to have another, we have another regional forum for Africa, which is going to be in July, but that will be online. And then Asia, that will be online as well in August. And then the Middle East will be also the first time we do this in the Middle East, that will be in person. And we discussed with the team, but that won't be the first ever though. We have done it online, but this will be the first time we're going to do it in person. And, we were planning to do it in Beirut, Lebanon, but because of what is going on in the region, it will be very dangerous to take people there. So we're going to do it probably in Oman in October. So this will kind of wrap up all these regional forums. And really, the discussions that are happening in those regional forums are really as exciting and interesting as you have seen here. Everywhere, the discussions are just amazing. And that is what we need in the movement. As we always said, the forum is not the movement, it is just part of the movement. So the contribution to have this space, as I said, this forum, this forum is not a network, it's not a membership, it's not a coalition, it's just a space that is open to everyone. To come together, to have these discussions, to learn from each other what is going on and what approaches are working better. So we have heard so many of those today. Now, I think in consultation with the team, we have quite a bit of good news. And the good news is that the European Regional Forum will be permanent. It means every year we'll have this European Forum here in Brussels. Yeah, here in Brussels every year. Yeah, maybe. So, two reasons for what this forum should be kept permanent. One is the momentum that we are seeing with the Pathfinder countries requires really some serious, talks to make sure we understand, we get involved, we coordinate better. As you've seen, the Pathfinder process really requires the involvement of almost every stakeholders, from the unions to survivors to government to civil society to businesses to international partners and social partners. Everybody has to be part of the process. And Europe really is one of those, one of the regions that have very few Pathfinder countries, but they are picking up. We didn't have any in the past, and then came, a few of them, and now we have 5, which, Germany, France, the Netherlands, Albania, and Turkey. And we have confirmation that 2 other European countries are envisioning to becoming Pathfinder countries. So it is a process that is, and really 2030 is not far away. It's nice close door. We were talking the other day. We look forward to hear what the government will tell us next year, how they have eradicated child labor, as they said they will by 2025. So these kind of conversations need to keep on. And many countries are still learning how to engage with survivors, not to tick the boxes, but how, really the engagement with survivors can help change the systems in terms of how we are addressing forced labor, human trafficking, child labor, and modern slavery in general. That's one reason. The second reason, it seems like Europe is very well determined to shape the world. Again, how? These kind of regulations that we have discussed here, like it or not, they will have, or they have, implications from from Europe to the rest of the world. So it may make sense. We continue the discussions. We know many big businesses are doing work in the global south. They're also doing work in the global north. Many unions are unionizing. Civil society are working on, almost every corner. So there are so many stakeholders that are involved into this, and we need to understand how we work together in synergy to make sure we can address these issues. So those are kind of a few reasons that led us to think how we keep this space available, permanent to all these key stakeholders. We didn't see here few of the stakeholders, such as the associations of importers and exporters. The hope is in the next forum we will have them. So the idea is to bring all these stakeholders to have these kind of discussions. When we talk about coordination, it's not a small thing. It is big, it is complicated, it is complex. So we need to have this kind of serious talk because, at the end of the day, we're going to have to hold some of these key actors are accountable to what they have said. So those are kind of a few reasons why to have this momentum, to have this space available so that we can continue this discussion. And what we need to make sure that these regulations or these processes that are on the continent, they benefit everyone. But we cannot, just dream they will benefit everyone if we sideline ourselves. We need to have these discussions with everybody involved in this. Can
I just say something? I think it'd be really, just to sort of say, I think it would be really great, Bekeni, if we map some of the forums that already exist, because I felt it quite difficult because there's quite a lot of voices who aren't here around the table who are already having those conversations. So it might be that for next time we kind of hand over the agenda to some of the networks that already exist in Europe, so that it's a free the slaves forum, but maybe Lestrada runs one of the days, or the Enforce runs one of the days, or something like that. So just a thought. So I didn't mean to interrupt you mid-flow, but you know me.
Yes, I know you. Well, we can discuss how this can be run, but the idea is how to make sure the space is available and can still host these conversations, as they are very, very, very important. So we hope to see you again. And now that we're going to leave, we hope that the conversation doesn't end here, but really they continue after here. Now, one thought I want you to leave with is, what do you need to do next time when we meet? Of course, we'll make sure we give you enough time. We won't announce this forum for Europe 1 month or 2 months before, but it will be really at least 5 to 6 months. You will be aware that this is happening here in Europe, so that we can organize better, making sure the topics and the content is something that we agree with, and we see what we know. Now, some of the actions have to be taken. We cannot just meet and then talk and then go. We need to define what action we can agree on that each and every entity can take. So I think there are so many ambitions and dreams and all of that, but we are really free to do that. We can dream whatever we need, but we need to be realistic. So let's go home and then have really to think, after this conversation, this was just, a start of what is happening next, which is, to continue further down these discussions, but having some key actionable items that we all can really agree on, and see how each and every one, can work on that, so that every time when we meet, we have something that we need to look into and see how we are doing. This doesn't replace anything that exists. There are so many other talks, forums, meetings, conferences, but this also is part of all of those conversations that are available. So thank you so much. I hope I didn't take much time. I don't have time. I'm sure I am on time. And inshallah, we will meet again next time. Thank you.
And guys, a real round of applause for Bekeni, who's been convening all of these meetings.